Getting ready to go live. In 3, 2, 1. All right, we are live. I was going to post another update video on the weather right now, but I went ahead and decided to jump on live. I saw a couple things that are a little interesting. We got some pretty strong storms up in Nebraska, and some of these are considerably little concerning. Up in the Logan, Blaine, Custer, Thomas counties of Nebraska, Loop, Blaine, Rock, and Brown counties, and Chase and Hayes, kind of all over the place in central and northern Nebraska right now. We also have some possibly dangerous storms in Colorado. I'm going to start up in Nebraska here. Got a lot to cover. So this one you can see on your screen is right to the, looks like it's just pulling into Hammett right now, right along Highway 6. You got some considerable rain and hail coming down there. I don't have an idea of the hail. However, the National Weather Service is reporting possibly 1 3/4 inch hail there with winds in excess of 60 miles an hour. So I just wanted to point that out. A lot of these areas aren't very high population areas, but nevertheless, there could be some people out here. But the thing that was kind of concerning to me on some of these storms is there's some circulating winds that were kind of concerning me, and the speed of the winds were getting pretty high. This isn't one of them where we had the high winds, but all these storms I think we have to keep a really close eye on right now up in Nebraska. That one is just in the southwest corner of Nebraska by McCook, Hayes Center, Imperial. It looks like it's already passed through Imperial, Palisades, Hammett. There's a lot of lightning getting ready to blow through there right now. I'm going to run it back a few frames just to see the direction of the storm. This one's blowing. Most of them are blowing to the southeast. And I want to go up to the next one up here. Looks like it's a little bit up here. Even up here, you just saw it go across the screen there, right there, crossing over 83. They were pretty strong there for a minute. And then up here, there was another severe thunderstorm warning issued. That one has about another 30 minutes on it. But wow, you can really see that was definitely some really large hail right there. Wow. They may have just gotten like baseball-sized hail there. That was really big. Wind velocities right now in that area and some of the areas are in excess of 60 miles an hour. Mid 60s, low to mid 50s. So I'm going to go up here and switch radar stations to the area that I was a little bit more concerned about. I just need to find a good radar station here. Actually, I think this one would be a little bit closer. Okay, so if you're looking at the map right now, this has kind of been a little trouble spot for a while, is over here near Thedford. That's kind of like where the radar, that's where at least where the radar tower is. But the majority of the rain had just passed. Here, let's do the same thing on this one. It still looks like this one's moving more east southeast, and then as it gets past that, it started to move more to the southeast. But some of these winds were a little bit concerning. They're not as bad as they were 5 minutes ago, but there's still a couple 50 and 40 mile an hour gusts right there. And then I think right up here is where I was detecting some that were a little bit higher. There we go. They're 60, mid 50s, 40s, and there's a 117 mile an hour wind. So that was kind of concerning me that we might get some rotation up here. And we do have some wind. It looks like it's inbound to the station right there, mixing along that outward wind. And right here is what caught my eye. And let me get my pen out. Is right here. Let me change the color to make it a little bit easier to see. Right in this area here, just to the southwest of Highway 2 and north of Highway 92, directly south of Dunning. I was getting a little concerned there because of those really high winds, and it looks like there is definitely some area for circulation right there. And watch this. There we go. 69 mile an hour, 76. And right there is a 50, a 83, a 71. So that started looking like a really good sign of a tornado right there. So I started to get a little concerned, and that's why I decided to go ahead and go live with it. Hey, how's it going, Elise? But this was, I'm keeping a really close eye on this area right here. From what I could tell, I pulled up the little population tool just to see what the population is in that area, and it was pretty low when I was up farther north, but this is a little bit farther south of Dunning. And it looks like the population of that blue cone that I just put on the screen is about 237. So all the winds that we've had, all the storms that we've had up in the northern area of Nebraska, all those counties up there, the populations are really low. There was a county that I went through earlier where I was tracking a storm, and I think in the entire 2 counties there were 6 people. So that was a little different. And then up here, just around Highway 183, north of Taylor, Nebraska. If you're on Taylor, Nebraska, and just go north on 183, there's some really strong precipitation up there, and I do see a couple spots where there could be hail. Again, I can't tell how big the hail is because we haven't had any confirmation. But again, we're getting that circulation right there. We've got that little pocket of air that's trying to blow away from the tower, and then we have some incoming winds there. And we're starting to see, this is what kind of concerned me a little bit. I was afraid that this would start to hook right here, sucking those incoming winds. Here comes the radar update. Yeah, that really caught my eye. I want to try to get the other storm in the frame, and then we can kind of look at them together. That might be a little too far. But just to point out, you can see pretty much all these counties right along as far north as Highway 20, all the way down to Lexington, Kearney, Grand Island, pretty much straight through there. And then there's another pocket over here that's extending down into West Kansas, Northwest, and South Kansas, pretty much the whole left side of the state, the western part of the state. If you were to cut it right down the middle, just 2 counties to the west of Wichita, and extending into northern Oklahoma. right in that Panhandle area, near like Guymore, Hooker, Perrington, Woodward, Clayton, just north of Amarillo. And actually, it's just going over the border into Colorado. So this is a really big area. This is exactly what the Outlook looked for last night that we went over before we logged off the stream. So I'm kind of holding my breath here. I'm really hoping none of these start forming tornadoes. I'm going to look down here real quick in southern Kansas as those storms blow in. My main focus is really up in Nebraska. I'm really concerned with that. But I thought I would jump down here really quick. So if you're in western Kansas right now, southwestern Kansas, we have a storm coming right over the border from Colorado. It's going to be blowing into, let's check the direction of the speed here. Looks like this one's moving in more of a east-northeast direction, blowing into Ulysses. It might scrape into Liberal, Garden City, Dodge City area. It's a lot of rain, definitely some lightning, and possibly hail. All these storms, for the most part, have the possibility of hail. I don't see too much up there in the north, up there where Interstate or Highway 40 is, just to the south of Interstate 70 that's blowing into Kansas right now. Kansas has a lot blowing into it from Colorado, from all directions, the north and the south. It's just gonna be blowing in there. It's crossing over 95 right now. I'm sorry, 25. So heads up Kansas and northern Oklahoma in the Panhandle. We're gonna have to keep an eye on that probably all night long as they cross it. It looks like, not sure how much is going to be in Oklahoma. I think it's just going to be the northern part, but I think it's going to be the majority of Kansas that we're going to have to keep an eye on. And for the rest of the day, probably up there in Nebraska. I'm going to go back to that one area and wait for this radar to give us an update. Again, this is the one that I'm a little concerned about up here. I'm not saying there's going to be a tornado, definitely, but you never know. You always have to be prepared for one. So anybody in these areas, basically essentially from almost the entire state of Nebraska, all of western Kansas, and northwest Oklahoma, you're kind of on watch right now. I would definitely be staying pretty close to my safe place. I wouldn't venture off too far from home with this. And look at this one right here. Look at that big area right there. That's really, really intense rain or possibly hail right now. On both sides of Highway 183 north of Taylor. On the west and east side of the highway. I think there's a little branch off where 96 branches off 183. But I'm going to check these wind velocities really quick just to see where we're at. Looks out the outgoing wind there for this radar station that is in Thedford. We have this outgoing wind right here, right in the mid-20s, and it's smashing into the wind here that's also in the mid-20s, and some of them are upper 30s. So we really need to keep an eye on that right there. And then down here, northwest of Broken Arrow, I know a lot of our viewers are in that area, so again, they're getting the heavier the rain. Right now, it's just to the west of Highway 2, and it's about to cross over 2. And again, it looks like this one's blowing directly east, maybe a little bit more southeast right now than it was previously, but for the most part, it's moving to the east. And then we also have another big pocket over there by Halsey, just to the south of Halsey right now. There's a lot of lightning right there right now. And some definitely high winds right here. Holy cow, here we go. All right, here comes our winds. Here's our wind gusts of 94, 88, 67, 59, 83, 44, 88, 103. Let me see how far that radar goes out. Let's go back to our radar. Let's go back to our velocity. It's farther. Sorry, it's farther up here. I want to get that right in the center of the screen and then switch back to our radar. And again, here we go. Right here, it hasn't hooked yet, but right here are those 100-mile-an-hour winds right there. Here's our hail, our really strong hail and rain. This is a spot I think we really need to pay attention to. Wow, this is definitely hail up here in this area. This could be really big hail right here. I'm trying to get a point of reference. If you know where Dunning is, just where 2 goes northwest of Dunning, it's just to the southwest of Highway 2 and west of Dunning. So if you're in Dunning or on 2, expect some super heavy rain here and possibly hail crossing over 2 really soon. And we're going to in some really strong winds. Let me see which way those winds are going. Wow, it just expanded, guys, right here. I'm getting multiple readings over 100 miles an hour. I just saw a gust. There's a 130-mile-an-hour gust. We might have a tornado forming here. I really hope it's not. And these winds are strong enough to be throwing stuff up into the atmosphere right now. Don't be surprised if we start to see a little bit more hook in the radar once we get an update here. This is going to be an issue all day and throughout the night, I'm sure, as these storms blow east. Luckily, right now, they're in a really small population area, but as they start blowing towards Lincoln and Omaha, I think we're going to have some issues. Here's Omaha's radar right now, and it's picking up those storms over there near Broken Arrow. We're getting a radar update right now in Omaha. I just want to see if there's any change. And I'll switch to wind velocity. Ooh, boy, yeah. That's typically where we see those inaccurate wind velocities, is right at the tip of the radar. And that's what we saw just there in Omaha. But these where was it again? Right here near Brewster. Let me go back to the winds again. They're not that far from the radar. Let me measure that for you. Those winds that are in excess of 100 miles an hour, approaching 140 miles an hour, is just 23 miles to the southeast of Thetford. So we're just going to see how this plays out here. I don't want to hype this. I don't want to make it sound like it's more than it is, but that's a lot of hail, and it's probably a significant size hail. And these winds down here are definitely dangerous just on their own. So, and oh man, wow. I'm sure this is a very small population, but look right here. We've got all kinds of rotation right here. We've got 53 then right next to a 40. I'm really surprised. There's 105. There's 100. And these are rotating winds right here, guys. Thank goodness it's in a really low populated area. I'm really shocked that we haven't got a tornado warning down here. This is like classic tornado weather right here. I'm not going to move away. I'm not ignoring the other areas. It's just that this is the really looks like the highest risk. Loop County, Rock, Hayes, Chase, Blaine, Logan, Thomas, all those counties in Nebraska. Over in Colorado, Powers, Hitchcock is in Nebraska, along with Dundee. It looks like Baca County, Powers County in Colorado. There's just a lot of counties in Nebraska, and again, I know those areas aren't very populated, but as they start blowing towards Omaha and Lincoln, and I know I think they have a decent. I'm not sure how many people are in Broken Arrow, but it's a good sized town. It's a little town. That's looking really wicked right there. I'm just waiting for the radar Omega to start blasting an alarm right now for a tornado warning, but so if you're traveling along Highway 2 right now from Myrna up to Dunning, actually as far north as Halsey, you might want to consider taking an alternate route, jumping off and getting on 91 and heading northeast just to avoid the storm. Or if you're too far south on 2, get on 92 and start heading southwest. I don't think Dunning south to Myrna right now is a really good place to be on 2 if you're traveling out that way. If you know anybody traveling out there on 2 that might be going through Broken Arrow, leaving Broken Arrow and going north, you might want to give them a call on their cell and let them know that you would probably want to avoid that area right now, just in case a tornado does break out. Even with that hail, you might get some damage to your vehicle. So just keep a really close eye on it. I'm going to pull up the National Weather Service on another page here and just see if there's anything being mentioned about it. And while we're at it, let me go ahead and pull up Twitter also, just in case. Sometimes we can get some eyewitness reports on that hail. And here's a photo of what that supercell looks like. There we go. This is exactly what we were talking about. Daniel Shaw just posted this picture on Twitter. This image from 7 minutes ago, right here. That's Daniel Shaw. You can catch him on Twitter at Daniel Shaw AU. Let's see here. Let me see if he has a stream going. Doesn't appear that he has a live stream. Perhaps he does. Well, that's a YouTube video. I'm sorry, I cannot click on that. I would be in violation of YouTube rules. Sorry. Here's another photo. I'm going to butcher this name. Selmo, Nebraska. Check out this picture here. This is incredible. I'm going to go ahead and repost that. Let me full screen this really quick. Some of these pictures are just, look at that. That's the one that was taken by Daniel Shaw. Again, you can follow him on Twitter at Daniel Shaw AU. And you can see his website down there in the bottom left corner if you want to watch his stream. I'm not sure if he's streaming right now, but he had a link on there just a minute ago. That's just amazing. And then this photo was posted by Vince. Sorry, Vince, if I pronounce your last name wrong. Vince Walty. Look at that, guys. And you can see it. That's mainly just empty fields out there. But look at that. That's incredible. We're not sure yet, Rachel. We're keeping an eye on it. There's always the possibility. There aren't any active tornado alerts in the area. But we're definitely, that's why I'm streaming right now. I'm keeping an eye on it. And here's Reed Timmer. He's showing pretty much right where we were seeing that hail in Nebraska. That's in Sand Hills. I'm just looking here. This was a funnel cloud reported in Orlando. That was 22 hours ago. All right, let's get back to the radar here. Here's our radar. It looks like that one little hook that we saw south of Denning is closed back up, so that's a super good thing. There's another one kind of down here forming. There isn't a city by it. There aren't any really cities here. Keep an eye right there just to see if that starts to hook. But those were some really high winds. Let's check the velocities up there right now. And we're still getting some incredibly high winds. 58. We're gonna jump up here into the hundreds, I think. 75, 69, 118, 107, 98 miles an hour. I just saw another. There's 116 mile an hour wind. There's 44, and again, these winds are sort of rotating right there. Right there is where we're going to see the rotation, and then right here. I'm not trying to be dramatic about it at all, but this, after the last 3 weeks of watching these tornadoes form, it kind of gives me chills. I'm like, oh no, here we go again. But again, this isn't in a very populated area. Elise just posted a link to that YouTube channel where you can watch the stream of the Weather Chaser. Actually, let me see if we have anybody here live on Radar Omega that we could look at. Oh yeah, we got the whole crew here. Here's Connor. Oh no, his camera isn't on. Okay, let's jump over to. Whoa, let me turn that down. This is Brandon Kopic, Weather Chaser. He's currently up there in those storms in Nebraska. Let me turn his volume down so I don't get a copyright hit. Looks like he's chasing right now up in that area. And then let's see, who else do we have here? There's Corey. I think he actually works for Fox News or Fox Weather. Let's get him on the screen over here. Pull him down a little bit so we can keep an eye on him. Wow, look at that, guys. Look at Corey's screen. He's on the bottom. And let me just see what this other one is. This is Vince. This is Vince, the guy that posted the photo of the Supercell on Twitter that we just looked at a couple seconds ago. Oh, look at that. Look at the top one. Does that look like a funnel cloud to you, or is that just the storm kind of going over the horizon? Right here, guys. Right there. Let me check the wind velocities. Right here. Let's go back to radar. Look at this classic hook right here, guys. Right here. And then checking the winds. Right there, coming in. There's our wind rotation right there. Why haven't we not seen a tornado warning? Holy cow. But that's about as classic as you can get. As soon as those winds start getting sucked in there, here's our hook. And then here comes those counter-rotating winds that were up in the 80s and 100s. Right there. And hopefully there's little to no population up here, but they might be able to get some good pictures out of it. Thanks again, Elise, for posting that link for Daniel. And if my volume's too low or too high, let me know. I'm trying out a different mic today, so I don't know. I don't ever listen to my own voice, so I don't know. It would cause too much feedback if I turned up the volume on the stream right now. It would sound screechy. So if I'm too loud, please let me know, and I'll go ahead and drop the volume down a little bit. Sound check, 1, 2, 3, sound check. Well, hold on, let me see one thing here. Here comes a radar update, looks like. If a funnel cloud does decide to drop, we're going to know right away. We've got 4 weather chasers in the area. The only thing slowing them down right now, these dirt roads, they're trying to get from over there by Highway 2 over here south of Dunning. So I'm sure those roads are slowing them down. Whoa, that sure looks like a... That really looks like a... Ooh, I thought we were going to get one there. I thought we were going to get a funnel cloud right there. No, I haven't heard anything as far as any copyrights, as far as streaming the storm chasers on here. I always mute their volume, but I haven't heard anything. I guess I should probably look into that. I think as long as it's not a YouTube stream or they're copywriting their stream, I don't know. Now that I think about them, now you're kind of worrying me. I don't know. I need to look into that. I'll email a couple of these guys tonight and ask them. They're usually pretty good about getting back. That one on the bottom really does look like it's really close. And just for a point of reference, they're over here. They're more by Highway 2. Wow, look at those winds. Holy cow. High 50s. And the reason that maybe the wind speeds aren't all that impressive, but the problem is that they're right over here by these winds right here. And if they started getting pulled up into there, I think that would be an issue. Over here, not so much. Right there's a counter wind right there, 62, right to the opposite wind of 53. That's usually where you start seeing your issues, right here. Right in this area right here. And look at that hail up there. Holy moly. Sorry. Oops. Camera's about to fall off its little stand here. Look at all the storm chasers out there. They're either storm chasers or they're locals out there trying to get pictures. That could be really dangerous in a storm, though. All the storm chasers out there in the same area on a one-lane dirt road. You get somebody stuck in a ditch and then everybody's stuck. That's a lot of hail up there. Holy cow. Yeah, it's trying to turn. It's definitely trying. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble either, at least. I'm kind of worried about it at this point. I see a lot of other streamers using Radar Omega and they pull it up, but I don't know if they had to go out and get special permission or not. I think the worst case for this video is I would just have to take it down. Hopefully I don't get a strike or something, but I'm definitely going to fire off an email tonight, find out. Well, while this starts to... We'll keep the camera up there. I want to jump back down to Kansas really quick. I don't even think there's any warnings down there. Let's see. Actually, let me just check Florida really quick just to get that. Yeah, they just have some strong thunderstorms down there in Florida near White City, Fort Prince, St. Lucie Village, Lake Park, Vero Beach. And those storms are blowing to the northeast right now. They're going to blow right on out to the Atlantic. I want to go back over to Kansas, though. There's apparently that one warning that was over there has expired. So we'll go back up here to Nebraska and then jump down and catch a tower in Kansas. If we can zoom out here. Yeah, you can see all those storms over there in Colorado right now. They're all blowing directly east, it looks like. Let me check Amarillo's. Yeah, they're pretty much just to the north of the Oklahoma-Kansas line right now. There's a little bit in Santa Fe right now blowing towards Amarillo. Let's get back up here where the storm chasers are. But those weather models that we looked at last night are really... I mean, they really hit the nail on the head as far as this predictions. They called it. It's a little farther north, I think, than what they called. They were saying southern Nebraska, but I mean, shoot, that's pretty darn close. They called out southern Nebraska, all of central Kansas, and possibly northern Oklahoma and the Tennessee Valley. And if these storms keep on blowing the way they are, they're going to hit the Tennessee Valley. But they nailed it. We were checking out those predictions right before we logged off last night. I think those weather chasers are just staying pat. They're going to wait for the storm to come to them, which is probably smart considering those dirt roads they're on. I think they're just trying to get in the best position they can for when that storm comes past them. And we still have some pretty high winds, 60s, 50s. I think I saw a 70 in there somewhere. And then over on this side, more 60s, 78, 87. It's moving. It's really it's doing this number here. It's blowing away from the tower. It's going here in this direction. And these winds up here are going in this direction. And if they start intermingling right here, that's where we can see our problem. And the conditions are perfect. Wow, look at this. Look at that. Oh, wow, that's a great picture. Look at this live. That's crazy. Look at the width on that. That's got to be miles and miles wide. That's got to be like a 10-mile wide storm. Yeah, we can actually, let's look at the, let's get off this really quick. Let's go over to the, let's measure the radar. Let's go up here. Let's go from Halsey. That's pretty much where the storm is up here. Let's go up to Halsey. This storm is about 30 miles wide right now at its peak. And the shorter end of it right here, down there where that hook is starting to form, is about 23 miles wide. That's a great picture. I can't remember whose camera that is. Is that Corey or was that the other one? Let's see who's who. Connor doesn't have his camera going. So we got Corey on the bottom. And it looks like Brandon up top. So we're keeping an eye on Corey's camera here. Look how clear that is. That's wild. As the winds are starting to pick up again right there. They're kind of slowing down as they come together. But not a lot. There's a lot of hail and rain up here. I'm not sure how big that hail is, but I think they were calling for at least 1 3/4 inches. It's about the size of a baseball. I'm going to zoom out a little bit just to see how this storm progressed. Looks like it's keeping a track to the southeast right now. If it keeps on that track, it's probably gonna. It looks like it's probably gonna hit both Omaha and Lincoln. So in the next few hours in Omaha, Lincoln. What time is it now? 5:15 almost. It's gonna be right around rush hour. I'm not sure if Omaha or Lincoln have rush hours, but it's gonna be right around that time. People are headed home from work. Those storms are really getting close to the storm chasers right now. I think they're gonna they've positioned themselves in a perfect spot. They nailed it. We might be in some for some really great pictures here in a second. We're a couple minutes out. I'm gonna go grab a bottle of water. I'll be right back. I had to check back really quick. My water isn't in the fridge. I have to actually run out to the garage to grab a case. I'll be right back. I was searching frantically for it. I was like, I gotta get back. I gotta get back, and I couldn't find it. And then I realized I left it out in the car. I'll be right back. All right, all right, all right. All right, let's see if anything's changed here. We're still getting that hook right there, right by that first chaser. Let's see if there's any change in the wind. Oops. Whoa. Check this out. Let's see. There's a really good chance for some rotation right there. Holy cow. And they're going to be right there in the middle of it. If it happens, we're going to get a really good shot. Look at that wind right there blowing across that grass, that tall grass. This is going to get interesting. Let's see where he's at. We got to keep in mind too, there's still a lot of hail possibly coming down just to the north of where they are, and just to the south of Milburn and north, actually right over to Lillian right now. There's a really good chance they're getting hail and really heavy rain, and that's going to be blowing towards Highway 183 as it goes. And if it stays in that southeastern direction, and we're getting a radar update right now, it looks like it is. They're going to get a heck of a storm right over there near Westerville, Nebraska. We're looking at Nebraska, by the way. I'll zoom out really quick just so everybody can see. And you can see over here near Burwell, and just north of Ord, O-R-D. For a point of reference, it's just to the west of Highway 281. If you're on Highway 281, there's not many town names over there. I'm going to use Ord again, O-R-D, to the east of Ord on 281. I would estimate within the next 5 to 10 minutes, there's going to be a straight line of super heavy rain and possibly hail crossing over that highway. And look at that camera to the top. Look at those winds blowing that tall grass around. I'm focusing more over here to the northwest of Broken Arrow, just because that's where we're getting that super high wind. There's really strong gusts, and we're starting to get that wind rotation over there. And trust me, I'm not ignoring the areas down there in Kansas right now. Well, let's jump down there really quick before this one really gets fired up. Let's just look really fast. Okay, so Hugoton, Santana, Moscow. There's a lot of thunderstorms, a lot of lightning, heavy rain, and possibly hail falling in that general area right now. Wind velocities are in the 30s, mid 30s, and to the south of that, they're getting some wind gusts up in the mid 60s. But there's no chance of any rotation right now. That's why I'm not really focusing too much on it. But if you're in that area just northwest of Highway 54, northwest of Liberia, south of Ulysses, and north of Hooker, expect some high winds and a lot of thunder and lightning, possibly hail and heavy precipitation. Just thunderstorms. It doesn't, again, there's no counter rotating wind or anything like that. So you guys are safe there. And the wind speeds really aren't that bad. With the exception of right down here, there's a couple of 60-mile-an-hour gusts to the west of Liberia. And just to let you know, the winds are blowing. Looks like those, I think all the storms that are in Kansas, crossing into Kansas, they're blowing directly east. And they'll probably be heading into Wichita at some point. The other storms that are over here near Topeka, they are also moving mostly east, a little bit southeast, not too bad. Some of these storms down in Coffeyville, Independence, and Lebec County, they're moderate right now, but they're not producing any lightning. It's just moderate rain. The heavier stuff is up there near Topeka right now. There's some lightning blowing into Topeka right now. It's right over Junction City and Manhattan. But again, there's no crazy winds up there. I'm going to jump back over here really quick and take a look at the radar here. And that's really changed because I'm not on the radar. That's why. I was about to say, I was like, wait a minute, where did our storm go? It's because it wasn't on the right radar. I wish I could really get it to change here. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. I was like, wait a minute, did our storm just disappear? And look at those skies. It's really getting dark in some of those areas. And those wind speeds are pretty good still. It's not up in the hundreds like it was, I don't think. It looks like mid-50s, 40s. There might be a 60 mixed in there. And then the winds just to the north of it are going in the opposite direction towards the tower. Right where those, where you see those storm chasers are at, those winds are heading away from the tower, and the winds to the north are headed into the tower. So you can see where that, and there it looks like there's a little gust right there. Looks like it's just about 55 miles an hour. There's a 58 there, and then there's some 60s down here. Let's see over here. There's another 60. 69, almost 70 miles an hour. Looks like some of that hail, if there is hail and that really strong rain right now, it's just getting ready to cross over Highway 2. Again, it's to the northwest of Broken Arrow. I was getting ready to say something, but I didn't know how to put it. So I'm going to use like one of those TV terms. Here's a programming update. It's 5:30 Central Time right now. In about 45 minutes to an hour, I'm going to be taking a dinner break here. I got to get the kiddos fed and wrapped up. They're going to be getting restless here in a little while, so I got to start getting them something together. But as soon as we finish dinner, I think they're having a couple friends over for video games tonight. So they'll be occupied and they won't want me in the same room anyway. So I'll get kicked out of the gaming room after dinner. They don't like dad in there watching when all the kids are in there talking their kindergarten talk and playing their video games. So I'll be banished from the game room. So as soon as I get banished and after dinner, I'll be right back on stream. We'll probably be taking a break here in about 45 minutes to an hour. And then I don't know how many kids are headed over. I think there was like 1 or 2 kids from the T-ball team coming over. So, and but they're going to be in the back of the house. So hopefully we won't hear any yelling or screaming or anything like that. Maybe the occasional scream, but that's usually not too bad. Just a heads up. I didn't realize I had volunteered myself last night for that, but we'll see. And I'm definitely going to be bringing me more water in because this is probably going to be a late night. Whoa, Ryan's showing a tornado on the ground. Is that something that we can show on stream? Is it on Radar Omega or is it on his YouTube site? I'm sure it's not something that we can tap into and share live. But I'll look at it off screen. So it's Ryan Scholl. Is he in the general vicinity of these other guys here? That's Corey's stream. That's Connor's stream, which is not on right now. There's Brandon's stream. That's Willard Sharp right there. It looked like it lifted already. Was it in this general area of Broken Arrow or Broken Bow? I keep calling it Broken Arrow. I'm thinking of Oklahoma. It must be in this area pretty close. Ryan Scholl. Let's see if he has a Twitter. There's a couple Ryan Scholls. Not sure which one it would be. If anything inappropriate comes up, it's not my fault. There we go. This must be the right guy. He's got some storm pictures here. So the last thing that he tweeted was almost 2 months ago. Let's see if there's another one. Yeah, I'm not going to keep searching because I don't think. I think this is probably the right one, but he's not tweeting anything. Let's go home and see if we can find anything here. Wow, that picture just keeps blowing my mind. Look how big that is. I think we said it was like here I can measure it really quick. From Brewster down to Myrna, where they're at right now, it's 32 miles wide. Oh, he's in that area? Wow. I'm surprised one of these guys didn't catch it as close as they are. They might. It looks like it's kind of hilly right there, though. So the one on the bottom, it might be just on the other side of the hill, maybe. Just a heads up, we're only 25 and a half hours away from the puck dropping for the Oilers game. Being excited for that. Might try to check these velocities to see right there. We still... Whoa, right up here. Maybe he was up here. I got a feeling if that tornado dropped, it was probably right up here. That wind started to pick up again down here. We get a 58 mile an hour gust, 44, 51. And right there, there's definitely rotation right there. And that started to turn into a little hook right there too. It's kind of a opposite direction, but if it starts to flip, look at this. These wind velocities down here. There's a 60, a 44, a 29, right next to a 40 going in the opposite direction, or that may be where that rotation was. And that may be right where that tornado was. The radar is showing something in the atmosphere right there. Right here. There's a 49, a 66, a 78, a 48. Either something went up into the atmosphere right here or something's falling. So possibly that tornado lifted something, and now whatever it lifted, it's coming down. And considering that's a lot of dirt land right there, it could be dirt that it pulled up into the air. It's impossible to tell how high it was, but right here. Usually when you start seeing them side by side, when it's a really big one, you'll actually see a defined like donut hole. At least from the ones that I've seen before. The storm is, we're currently looking in Nebraska. If that's what you're talking about, or if you're talking about the hockey game is in Florida. It's the Oilers, Edmonton Oilers. And the Florida, what are they, the Cougars, or... the Cougars or the Panthers, something like that. I think it's the Panthers. But the storm is here in Nebraska. This is where all the action's happening right now. There's a lot of storms that just rolled in from Colorado going into Nebraska. Or, man, I'm losing my mind. Colorado into Kansas. Central and southern Kansas right now. They should be rolling through to Wichita in the next couple hours or so. And this is just the majority of the storm is just still to the northwest of Broken Bow. Look at that rain really picking up on camera. And just for reference, I'll zoom out here. It's almost exactly right in the center of the state, Sniper. It's like right here in the center. Elise was able to pick up a funnel cloud on another on one of those weather chasers, but unfortunately we don't have any pictures of it yet. I keep refreshing Twitter here to see if we're going to get anything, and getting pictures of the cell. There it is right there. Aaron Rigsby, tornado in progress and east of Arnold, Nebraska. That is rain wrap, so it's almost impossible to see the funnel cloud. Let's zoom in here and see if we can find Arnold. I don't see Arnold. There it is. Here's Arnold on the map. It's way over here. It wasn't even in the severe thunderstorm warning. And I don't see any rotation over there at all. The radar's not picking up any wind speeds over there. It's like a dead zone. Okay, here's Arnold. And I don't see any rotation over there whatsoever. Let me check to see if there's anything in the atmosphere that looks like a tornado. I'm sure that was a little bit ago. That was probably like 10 or 15 minutes ago. Oh, come on. So what page isn't loading? Those wind velocities are picking up to the south of them. There is a shot there of 90 some miles an hour. Come on. Oh, darn it. I'm trying to pull it up. It's a unfortunately I think it's a YouTube video. I can't share it on here. But thanks for posting the link. Anybody that can hit that link that Elise just posted. My whole browser just crashed. Let's see. Not sure what's going on. I hope the stream's not dying. I tried to stream a short one this morning and YouTube went out on me. Oh my gosh. I thought we were losing the stream for a second. YouTube just went nutty. Oh, it's to a live cam. Nice. Let me see if I can get that. Yeah, the stream is lagging. My stream is. YouTube is being silly. It did it this morning around 10 a.m. I can't tell if that's a funnel trying to drop on the top stream, but I think that's just rain. I think that's just a lot of rain. Yeah, I can't load that link. I'm on there. I'm on the Nebraska.tv. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah, that's a really good shot. Oh, there's ads and all kinds of stuff popping up. That website kills my browser. I'm not sure what's going on there. Oh, it's not a YouTube video. It's safe to stream. I was trying to get it up here. It was killing my browser though. And I can't, unfortunately, pull it up on this one. Let's see if we can go. Let me see if I can catch it over on Wendy. Let's see if. Whoa! Everything just crashed on me. Everything's acting crazy here. Let's go. I don't know if these storms are affecting my internet here, because we're gonna have storms blowing in just a little bit. Let me get this off my stream, and let's see. Let me zoom in up here to where the storm's at. I'm just trying to get Broken Bow. do. Broken bow. Here we go. Here we go down at the tip of the storm. We got 107 gust, 103, 83, and they're blowing in the opposite direction. You zoom out and see if we're getting. Could definitely be getting a little hook right there. Yeah, let me put my cursor on it. Yep. Right there where it kind of looks where it's kind of looking like it's almost going to hook right there. That's where we're getting the really strong winds that are going in the opposite direction. Wow, I wish we had another camera like a downtown Broken Bow right here. It's too bad. There's all kinds of stuff in the air right here. Whoa, let me check the velocity. We may have a tornado forming right here. Well, I think we just saw it. Hold on. We may have a tornado on the ground here just southwest of Broken Bow. Yeah, there's a lot of storms in Kansas today. There's a lot blowing in right now from Colorado. There may be a tornado right here, guys. We may be looking at a tornado up in the top camera there. I'm going to close both of these and see if I can get it to refresh. It's not the one I was looking at. I think we have, it really looks like there's a tornado on the ground. It really looked like for a minute right here. Again, this is to the west of 21, just southwest of Broken Arrow. And keep in mind, Broken Arrow is a okay sized town. I'm still amazed that the National Weather Service hasn't issued a tornado warning for any of these areas now that we've had a confirmed sighting on the ground. And it sure looks like radar is indicating another. Possibly right here, just southwest of Broken Arrow. I'd bet $1 that one touchdown there. Right there. It's unfortunate we don't have a traffic camera up there closer to Broken Bow along 21. It looks like there's one down here, but we're not quite there yet. I'm trying to line these up the exact same way. Wow. 16 navigators. It hasn't quite hooked, but there doesn't have to be an exact hook for a tornado. I don't think we have one on the ground now, but there. If you rewind the stream back about 3.5, 4 minutes ago, when I brought that one radar, it sure looked like a tornado. And I wouldn't be surprised if one breaks up right here. Luckily, they're not staying on the ground very long. Again, this is getting closer to Broken Arrow. It was going in more of a southeastern direction. Sorry, let me shorten these frames up. Let me go just 7 frames. Right there. Still going southeast, but the way that one cloud kind of tightened up. From downtown Broken Arrow, that's about 4 miles. So about 4.5 miles from Broken Arrow. Between 3.5 and 4 miles southwest of Broken Arrow. We may have had a touchdown for just a moment. And here, this is messy right here. We could have a touchdown any minute here. Look at the video there at that gas station. Look at those winds. That's up here. Just make sure we're looking at the right one. Yeah, they're both at the gas station. Looks like they're pulling out, getting the hell away from that gas station. I would get away from that thing covering it. We saw too many videos the last week of those things that cover the pumps that just get flown up into the air. That rain's so thick right now. If there was a tornado in there, you would never know it. You would never really see. They would be able to pick it up on radar, but they wouldn't be able to see how close they were to it. It's always better to have eyes on it, but when they're rain wrapped like that, it's sketchy. Currently have 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. 5 minutes left in the Seward, Haskell, Stevens, and Grant, Kansas. 5 minutes left in Hitchcock, Nebraska. 5 minutes left in Custer, Nebraska. Union and Harding, New Mexico. 5 more minutes. 20 minutes left in Garfield, Nebraska. Wheeler, Nebraska. 35 more minutes in Dallam, Texas. Some Cimarron, Oklahoma. Harley, Texas has 35 more minutes. Red Willow, Nebraska, 35 more minutes. Rawlins, Kansas, 35 more minutes. Hitchcock and Decatur, Kansas. Hitchcock, Nebraska, and Decatur, Kansas, 35 more minutes. Custer, Nebraska, again, looks like that it got extended 35 minutes. That has winds of excess of 70 miles an hour and a damage threat of considerable. Oxford, Maine, it looks like, 35 more minutes. Greenlee, Nebraska, Valley, Nebraska, 35 more minutes. Harding, New Mexico, Moore, New Mexico, San Miguel, New Mexico, 50 more minutes. Winds of 70 miles an hour, considerable threat of damage. Texas, Oklahoma, again, there's Cimarron, Oklahoma. That is considered a considerable threat of damage. 70 miles an hour wind. Decatur, Kansas again. Warden, Kansas. Stevens, Kansas. 50 more minutes. They are all over the place, basically from Nebraska south all the way over into New Mexico. Let me take this back full screen really quick, and we can sort of take a look at where all these warnings are at. All the way from the very tip of Nebraska all the way down to the panhandle of Oklahoma City and Texas. And there's a couple spots in New Mexico. So right here in the heartland, basically everywhere is under a severe thunderstorm watch. Anywhere you go. Nebraska, Kansas, the panhandle of Oklahoma, and Texas. Everybody's got it. And the severe thunderstorm watch has just been expanded out about another 2 counties to the east of where they were previously. So anything I just named off in Nebraska and Kansas, just expand that out 2 to 3 more counties to the east as the storms blow east. Let's get back on our radar up here. Broken Arrow, you're going to have possibly some hail coming through, definitely to the north of Broken Arrow, not in downtown where all the businesses and everything are at, but just to the north of you on highway, it doesn't give me a number. The main highway, whatever road that is that goes directly north out of Broken Arrow, Highway 2 goes to the northwest. There's some possibly hail and very strong rain coming down right there. Visibility is probably 100 yards, if that. Visibility is probably less than that. I'm sorry, I just don't have a road name. I'm going to zoom in as far as I can. Okay, it's Airport Road, to the north of Broken Arrow. Not even a mile outside of town. Visibility is probably going to be 50, 25 yards at the most. It's really strong rain coming down. Really strong. There could be some hail mixed in there too. Okay, it looks like the majority of it's crossed over Airport Road. There's still just a little bit up there, about a half mile north of the town. And blowing in on Highway 2 right now, right where the businesses are when you come into the town from the west, that's where you're going to get some really strong rain and possible hail. Yeah. And there's a lot of rotating wind up here. We just had a wind gust right there of 75, right next to a 69 going in opposite directions. And radar is indicating that there is something in the atmosphere. That could be really strong hail, or it could be something that sorry, I didn't mean to say tornado. Something that the storm is picking up right here just to the west of Highway 21. Right along... Again, I apologize. Right over Omega. Right to the south of Rhino Road outside Broken Arrow. And this has been a huge supercell all the way across Nebraska that we've been tracking here. A lot of heavy rain, a lot of hail for sure. We definitely had at least one funnel cloud observed, and we don't have any pictures of the actual funnel cloud. I think they were actually... I take that back. Elise posted a link, I believe you might be able to find it on. She posted it in chat just a little bit ago. You might be able to catch some pictures on there, possibly a video. It looks like the storm chasers are going to try to set themselves up a little bit farther down Highway 2 near Ainsley to catch the storm blowing down there. They're actually driving along some really heavy winds there just to their south of the highway. And a lot of those are opposite winds, meaning that there's winds blowing in one direction and then they're getting hit head on with winds from another direction. We're seeing a little hook develop there just to the south of Broken Bow. And the winds down there are definitely blowing in opposite directions. We could see some counter-rotating wind there. Luckily, hopefully that it just blows right on out of town. Is there something going on in Maine? I did see one Custer. No, I'm sorry, Oxford. There's one severe thunderstorm warning up there. And let me see where the radar site's at that we're looking at. The radar site's down there in New Brunswick. They have some winds down there. The wind speeds aren't incredible or anything like that, but then right here near Paris, those winds are coming together right there. And right there. There could be a little something forming just to the north of Waterford. The rain doesn't look that intense, and the winds are moderate. There's 11. Really slow, but we've seen tornadoes come together and winds right just like that. It's kind of like right there on the border of where the severe thunderstorm warning is. Right along, looks like 219 and to the west of 26. It looks like there's some higher winds over here too. There's a 77 mile an hour gust. There's a 58. It's not inside the warning zone, but high wind nonetheless. It doesn't look too crazy there. It looks like we have 10 more minutes left in Garfield County and Wheeler County in Nebraska. 25 minutes left in Dallam, Texas. Cimarron, Oklahoma. Harley, Texas. 25 more minutes left in Red Willow, Nebraska. Decatur, Kansas. 25 minutes left in Custer, Nebraska. Oxford, Maine. 25 more minutes. Greenlee, Nebraska. Valley, Nebraska. 25 more minutes. Harding, New Mexico, Moore, New Mexico, and San Miguel, New Mexico. 40 more minutes, and that has a considerable damage threat. Texas, Oklahoma, Cimarron, Oklahoma again. That has 40 more minutes. Decatur, Kansas just got extended to 40 minutes, up from 15 minutes, I believe it was. Morden, Kansas, Stephen, Kansas, 40 more minutes. Seward, Kansas, Haskell, Kansas, Stevens, Kansas, Grant, Kansas, Sherman, Hansford, Moore, Cimarron just got extended to 1 hour and 10 minutes. Dallam also got extended to 1 hour and 10 minutes. Texas, Oklahoma, and Harley, Texas also got extended to 1 hour and 10 minutes. Winds that have excess of 70 miles an hour, and it's considered a considerable damage threat. I'm going to jump down there really quick just to see what that looks like. Here's our radar. And it looks like the storms are rolling. It looks like they're rolling northeast, east. Let's double check. They're coming together. And it looks like the majority of them are moving east until they get to Hooker, and then they start moving a little bit northeast. And that's to the southwest of Dodge City and to the south of Ulysses on the Kansas side, it looks like. Just north of Amarillo. I don't think Amarillo is going to get any of this storm. It's blowing all up into Kansas, which will probably take those storms right on through Dodge City, Hutchinson, and possibly Wichita. I'm going to check a couple other of these radar stations while we're down here in Kansas. Thunderstorms up there near McCook and to the south. Goodland just to the west along 70. There's a good little storm over there on 70 right now. Thunderstorms, no hail, it doesn't look like, but definitely moderate rain and pretty high winds in the 50s and the 60s over there on 70. just to the west of Burlington. So if you're between Burlington and Flagler, you're going to experience that rain and wind. And the rest of them just seem to be typical thunderstorms. A little bit stronger over here, though, near Norden. It looks like the rain picks up as it's blowing into Norden. That's going... I want to see what direction that's blowing in. That's blowing kind of... It's varying. It's going northeast, then it's going east. It's going northeast, then it's going east. But then we have this other storm up here near McCook that's going to collide with it. Right just to the east of 83. Those two storms are probably going to smash into each other right there at Norden, near Highway 283. That's going to be interesting to watch. I'll come back to that in just a minute. I want to jump back up here to Nebraska. Let me find the nearest weather station, though. I think I'm still up here at Thetford. It's going to be getting on the edge. Looks like it's just on the edge of Broken Bow. It looks like the majority of the storm has gone through downtown Broken Bow, the heaviest of it. It's kind of thinning out a little bit, the heavy part where the hail was and the really strong rain. But we're just to the east of Broken Bow, right on 2. There's a hook forming right there and really high winds. Let me zoom in really close. We have the storm chasers on 2 right now, and it's a huge supercell. It's 117 mile an hour winds, backed up to these 20 mile an hour winds, 29 mile an hour winds. We could have a tornado forming here again. We'll have to wait and see. Right there, guys. It's really close. This could turn into a tornado any minute. Good grief. What a day. Look at these winds right here. 106, 117, 115, 112. And then we've got some counter winds right here at 26. Yet we have not yet seen one tornado warning or watch issued. And keep in mind, if you're in the path of any of these storms, please still take cover. Yeah, I'm going to just emphasize what Lee said. If you're in the path of any of these storms, please take cover. Be safe. If you have a basement, that's where I would be. If I was right there in Westerville or Ansley, I'm not taking any chances at this point. I'm probably in my basement with my phone. Definitely the lowest floor of your structure, away from windows, obviously, definitely away from windows. Hail can be very damaging. You could blow out a window and do all kinds of damage, cause injuries. So stay safe, guys. It's always better to be overly safe than putting yourself in any danger, for sure. These are dangerous situations, but I mean, a lot of people just think, hey, it's a thunderstorm. It's not. I mean, look up here by 281. That line of rain right there, there could be, quarter size to baseball size hail for all we know. There's a ton of lightning. I mean, you saw that picture earlier of that Suburban just getting nailed with hail. I know these guys are storm chasers and everything, but if you're between Mason City and pretty much all the way up to Broken Bow. I would be avoiding Highway 2 right now. I would either take an alternate route to the north or to the south. If you're down there by, looks like Ainsley, you could hop on 183 and head north towards Sargent, and then jump back on the highway and head east to get where you're going. If you have to go on the Broken Bow, I would kind of avoid that if you're coming from the southeast right now. If you're in the northwest, you're probably going to be okay. Visibility could be kind of low onto going into Broken Bow, and they have another little piece right there that's going to be blowing across. Let me run it back a few frames here. Yeah, a little heavier part just formed just to the northwest of Broken Bow. It's going to be blowing into Broken Bow right around Highway 2 if it doesn't cross 2 right before Broken Bow. And again, we still have these counter-rotating winds. Although we do not have any active tornado warnings as of yet. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that off. If you're in Nebraska, Kansas, and the panhandle of Texas and Oklahoma, those are our two biggest threats right now from what I see. Let me just double check everywhere else. I know there were some storms in New Mexico, but we looked at those. We'll go down there and peek really quick. All those winds are pretty low. They're in the teens, and we're not seeing any. I don't see anything that's hooking. It looks like it could be a tornado at this point. They do have some really heavy precipitation right there, and right along this line right here, just is that 419? Yeah, the wind, it looks like it just crossed, the heaviest part just crossed 419. So over there, I would be cautious. That could be some hail mixed in there, and it's going to be blowing towards just north of Clovis. Again, we caught some tornadoes in Clovis the other day, so we all know that. Amarillo, all those storms look like they're blowing northeast of you right now. I think you guys are good. However, I do see some more storms over there along 40 that could be blowing into Amarillo in the next hour or so. Pretty much just look at this red area right here. It's huge. Basically, the whole central part of Nebraska. Those thunderstorm warnings are going to extend here shortly into the counties just to the east of it. All of Kansas essentially is under a severe thunderstorm warning. The ones that are over near Dodge City right now are probably going to be moving over into Wichita and eventually making its way into southeast Kansas. Depending on the route of those storms right here, I think those are moving northeast, if I'm not mistaken. But by the time they get to Wichita, they're probably still going to be right in that area. So what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to leave the camera up here, and I'm not going to single in on one radar. I'm going to go to the national radar really quick just so everybody can. There we go. That's a better. Let me throw it out to 30 frames and put it on rotation. And we just got a tornado warning. This one is for Custer, Nebraska. Let's zoom in there really quick after I switch the radar back here. And here we go. And there's the rotation right there. 49, 58, and the counter wind of 40, 55, 56, 44. All kinds of rotating winds right here, and I'm going to Look here to see if we see anything in the atmosphere, which there could be a little bit right here. Let's see. There's our anvil-shaped supercell. And just for a point of reference, let me zoom out. It's just to the west of the town of Ansley, right where I was saying everybody needs to stay off the road. So this is exactly, or darn near exactly, this is 14 miles southeast of Broken Bow. Yeah, that was huge, sniper. That was a big guy. Here, I'll blow it up right there. That looks like the textbook Supercell. So now there's a tornado warning, and put yourself in that barn right there. 60, 70 mile an hour winds, rain coming down all around you, wind blowing, temperature just dropped by 10 degrees, and you're in that barn. What do you do? Do you run like hell to the storm shelter, or do you stay in place? What are you going to do, sniper? Are you going to stay in that barn that you've been working in and the superstore is blown in, or are you going to start? You got there's a storm shelter within 100 yards. Do you take off for the storm shelter, or are you going to stay in place? Skywatcher in Missouri is starting to pray if he's in the barn. Or if she's in the barn. Sorry, I don't know who. And look at the guy in the yellow shirt out there with the camera. He's not staying in the barn. He's getting out with his camera. Skywatcher is praying and running at the same time, headed for the ditch. I think that guy just said okay. And just to update everybody, this is just to the east of Ansley. It is... Come on, app. It's about 3 miles west of the town of Ansley. And we've moved pretty far out of Broken Arrow here. And 14 miles to the southeast of Broken Arrow. This is a radar indicated tornado. And we definitely have counter-rotating winds here, right in that supercell. I'm looking to see if we got any... Oh my gosh, it looks like part of it's behind them. It looks like we have something in the atmosphere up here behind them. Again, I don't know which way they have their cameras pointed. I don't know if they're pointed to the south or if they're looking towards the northeast. I don't know. They're right on Highway 2 between Mason and Ansley. Sniper's in the shelter. He's not messing around. I'm right there with you, Sniper. I'm not messing around. I'm going to a shelter. I'm not the brave guy or the stupid guy. I'm the smart guy who wants to stay safe. I'm in the shelter with my cell phone watching Weather Zone 411. Finding out where the storm exactly is and how far off Highway 2. We just had a new subscriber the other minute. I wish I could thank the person who it was. I'm not sure who it was. I didn't get an email notification, but thank you. I appreciate it. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. And let's see, right there. I was thinking the same thing, at least when I was looking at that camera. Those colors really are cool. I'm going to full screen it again. The colors right there, that's really neat. And then over here, kind of like where it breaks. It's really picking up wind now over this barns. It was moving kind of slow at first, but look at that. Look right over that barn right there. There's that tree that's just to the left of that one barn. There's something down there on the ground. It's getting really close to the ground. I think that's the counter rotation we were looking at. That's why it picked up so fast. You can't see it very good I don't know if you guys are watching the stream in full screen or not, but up in the top right hand corner there's like a screen, a picture in picture, and it really looks like there's a funnel cloud up there forming. I wish they would switch the picture in picture, because it almost looks like two funnel clouds up there trying to form. They might come together. And it just got sucked back up, it looks like. And it looks like the velocities moved over here a little bit farther down too from where they were sitting. It was up here by 183. It looked like it's moved down here a little bit closer to Mason City. There's like a little pocket right there of rotating wind. There's nothing indicating there's a tornado on the ground there, right there. There's one little teeny pocket right here where there's a little something in the atmosphere, but that could be hail. But everything looks good up here. I don't see anything being thrown about. And it looks like they're racing down south of 2. Not the picture that we're looking at, but the other chaser right there. And I'm still waiting on a radar update, but there's our counter-rotating wind, the 30, the 51, and then the minus 60 and the 55 right there. And then right next to that 60, it's almost identical. 60.4 and 60.4. rotating around each other. Oh boy. If those guys get moving, hopefully they can get down there really fast. This tornado warning is for another 16 minutes, by the way. It's in Custer County. If you're familiar with that, that's where it's at. Just to the northwest of Mason City and southeast of Ansley. And probably about 10 to 13 miles south of Broken Arrow now, I would guess. I will be right back. I'm going to keep this one camera going up in the left-hand corner and go back to radar view and zoom out to the national view because this might take me a couple minutes. And I want everybody to be able to see the entire area here. Let me put this up there and zoom out a little bit. I was getting ready to step away for a minute ago, but I got that tornado warning. I'm going to back this up to 30 frames and let it roll. There we go. That looks pretty good right there. Let me just look and see if we got everything in frame. Actually, I'm going to pull it up a little bit more here. Okay, that looks good. I will be back momentarily. Hang in there. Hey y'all, we have a really bad storm coming through here too. It's just outside of town, and I was afraid we were going to lose our internet there for a minute, so I went outside to check something. I think we're okay for the minute, but it's going to be kind of sketchy tonight. A little sketchy. We've got some new severe thunderstorm warnings that just popped up. They're short ones, but I want to go over them just in case. Looks like Joab, Tool, and Millard, Utah. They're actually under a severe thunderstorm warning. Those must be the ones that blew up from, I'm assuming the ones that blew up from Nevada that were down there earlier. Sherman, Nebraska still has 10 more minutes. Along with Nance, Boone, Merrick, Greenlee, Howard, Nebraska, they still have 10 more minutes. Kit Carson County, Colorado, 10 more minutes. Sherman, Kansas, Kit Carson, Colorado, has 10 more minutes. 25 more minutes for Sherman, Hansford, Moore, Cimarron, Dallam, Texas, Oklahoma, Hartley, Texas, 25 more minutes. Boone, Nebraska, 25 more minutes. And this one is we're gonna go down here and check this one out. Norton, Graham, Decatur, and Sheridan, Kansas. That's considered a damage threat of considerable. 60-mile-an-hour winds and 2.5-inch hail. That's probably the size of a softball or bigger. Beaver, Oklahoma. Texas, Oklahoma. I think we already mentioned that one. That one just got extended to 40 minutes. And Hansford, Texas, that has a damage threat of considerable with 70-mile-plus-mile-an-hour winds. Seward, Haskell, Stevens, Meade, Kansas, also a damage threat of considerable. 1-inch hail is possible, 70-plus-mile-an-hour winds. Buffalo, Nebraska, 40 more minutes. Ping-pong size hail. And I think some of these are duplicates, but they've just been extended to 55 more minutes for Decatur, Sheraton, and Graham, Kansas. I'm not sure why. I guess Sherman just got extended also to 55 minutes, Sherman, Kansas. Kit Carson, Colorado. Wallace, Kansas. Cheyenne, Kansas. Cheyenne, Colorado. Human, Colorado. 55 minutes, and that has a damage threat of considerable. 1-inch hail possible, and 70-plus-mile-an-hour winds. We're going to be jumping all over the place here, guys. We have a lot of people in these areas, so it's going to be impossible to stay in one place. We're going to have to jump around a little bit because I know we have a lot of people down in Oklahoma. We have a lot of people in Kansas. We have a lot of people in Nebraska, but I don't want to totally ignore that Utah. There's only 10 more minutes. I'm going to jump out. I'm just going to go down the list from top to bottom. The first one is going to be Utah really quick. And let me jump to their local radar. It looks like the radar is out, actually up there near Ogden. I'm going to try to find another one. I guess the closest one is going to be here in Cedar City. I'm not sure what's going on with the Ogden radar up there, but it is not online right now. And it's not giving a very good reading for the area that's in the severe thunderstorm warning. It's right there on the edge of the radar, and sometimes we don't get the best wind speed ratings, but usually we can get okay readings on the actual precipitation, and that looks like it's just moderate precipitation right now. I don't see any hail or crazy winds, but again, we don't know. I'm assuming these are probably fairly accurate. 20 to 30 mile an hour winds. That's probably why it's in that considerable range. but I'm pretty confident that the rainfall indications here are pretty accurate. They're light to moderate, so we're going to go ahead, and that only has 10 more minutes left on that one. I'm going to jump down to the next one. This is Sherman, Nebraska. Damage started considerable and golf ball size hail. We'll jump up there. It looks like it's okay. There we go. That's why. That's pretty much where we were before. That's southeast of Broken Bow, Ainsley. It's just continued to make its way down Highway 2. And we have, these are the ones we really don't like. These green ones right here, these are blowing into our radar down here. So we have these incoming ones right here that are in the 20s and 30s, and they're blowing right into these ones that are trying to blow out from our radar site, and they're up in the 40s. And you can see on the map, I'll zoom in really close, you can see these 4 storm chasers. That's where they think the activity is going to happen too, possibly tornado activity. We don't have any tornadoes current right now. I'm sorry, we don't have any tornado warnings active right now. But we still have to, if you're in this area near Rockville, Litchfield, north of Pleasanton and south of Loop City, anywhere here, pretty much anywhere southeast of Litchfield, probably for about the next 20 miles, I would definitely be seeking shelter just in case. There's some pretty high precipitation, and right there where my cursor's at, there's probably hail coming down. And we're getting winds in the 20s and 30s and 40s. And that county right there that they're in, where that storm we were just looking at, that county and all the counties to the northwest are currently under flash flood warnings. Down here near Norton, there's a lot of rain down there, and it looks like some super heavy winds. You're looking at 70-mile-an-hour gusts, 76, 81, 78, 82. That's just looks like it's blowing into Hoxie, and I'm going to check to see what direction that storm is blowing in. That's blowing directly east, a little bit to the southeast, but mainly east. And it looks like it's going to be running right along 36. And just to the west of that, over there by, is that Goodland? It looks like it's just getting ready to cross over into Goodland. This looks like it's like 1 or 2 miles out. I'm going to jump over to the Topeka radar. Looks like there's a little storm down here that's got some good lightning and precipitation to it, just into Labette County. I'm going to check the direction on that. It looks like it's moving just southeast towards Miami, blowing into Miami. Miami's just got a little bit of rain there, and they're about to get some more here in a minute. Moving northwards up towards Ottawa, Osage City, Topeka. Topeka just had the majority of their rain just come through for the moment. I think they're still going to get more rain later tonight. As you move farther north up 29, right along 29, that's where the rain gets heavier. It looks like there's some scattered lightning in there. Basically St. Joseph, Savannah, Mound City, Rockport, Hamburg, all the way up into Nebraska City, Syracuse, Weeping Water, Waverly, Ashland, all along 29. This is a really big storm. And then as you can see up here to the west of Columbus, it's getting ready to blow in there. I'd say about 10 miles just to the west. I think it's just going to miss Columbus. It looks like it's blowing more southeast now. And then right where those storm chasers are at over here in Ravenna, right along Highway 2. It's really heavy right now. I might need to switch radars to get a better wind speeds. Again, it's right there on the end. We don't have as much as we did as far as circulating wind, and the wind gusts aren't as high as they were, but that doesn't mean that they couldn't start circulating at any time. If you're in any of these areas, let me back out really quick here. You can see how the warnings have moved across the state of Nebraska. They were more over here to the right in the middle and to the west. As the evenings progress, you can see they're moving more to the east as the storms start to blow that way. That's going to be typical all night long. It's 1 minute after 7 here Central Time. Brian, jump on that mower and get to work, buddy. I don't know how much daylight you have left, but maybe if you can't get it done tonight, you could jump on it first thing in the morning. But if you're anywhere in these red zones where the severe thunderstorm warnings, no matter where you're at, you're bound to get hit by a storm. Look at this. I mean, they're just going right across. Again, if you were watching the stream last night before we got off, we showed the weather outlook for today, and they hit the nail on the head. It was perfect. We're getting it exactly where they predicted. I don't think I expected as much, but with the way 2024 is going, we should have. This year you could expect anything. Luckily, so far we've only had one tornado warning, and that was up in Nebraska. And we may have one other confirmed tornado. I haven't seen a picture of it. I think Elise actually posted a link in chat. If you scroll up chat a little bit, you might be able to catch a picture of it or a possible video. But other than that, we haven't had anything confirmed, so we're going to keep our fingers crossed. Again, it's only 7 Central Time. We've got a long night, so let's just keep our fingers crossed as these storms blow into the Tennessee Valley. If that's where they do end up going, which it looks like they are, I'm going to go ahead and run the radar back about, let's go a little bit more. Let's go about 30 frames this time to see if we can give us a general idea of where all these storms are going. And I'm going to switch to the national radar really quick. Wow, look at that, guys. Look at that. And the majority of the storms have some really intense rain, really, really intense rain, high speeds, possible hail. We even saw one morning that had 2.5-inch hail. So I'm going to go ahead and run the radar just so we can see what direction those storms look like they're going to go in. The ones up to the north look like they're heading more east-southeast. The ones that are going north, the ones north of Amarillo look like they're going to continue going east. Probably right along the Oklahoma-Kansas border there. I think they're just going to miss Wichita to the south if they keep going in that direction. If they keep going a little bit southeast. Tulsa could definitely expect to get some heavy rain here. I don't see a whole lot going into Kansas City. You guys might get some moderate rain, but if you look at this right here, if that keeps going east this way, Kansas City could definitely see some heavier rain if it keeps up as is. There's more right here heading east. This storm right here looks like it's going to continue right along this way, heading east. This storm up here is kind of split in two, where those watchers, I think that might start heading down towards Lincoln and then may eventually end up in Kansas City. The storm that's up in Omaha, I think that's going to head right across into Iowa and maybe just to the south of Des Moines, but I think Des Moines is still going to get a good chunk of rain. And that's not it. We still have more storms out here near Cheyenne, Fort Collins, also heading more in an eastern direction. Santa Fe, New Mexico, that's heading in an eastern direction. So we have a wall basically from just the southern part of South Dakota, and there's actually a storm up there in the South Dakota, North Dakota state line that's going to be blowing east. So essentially, right, this whole storm right here, and that almost looks exactly like the weather forecast that we had last night for today. The areas that had possibilities of heavy to moderate. So if you're anywhere where these lines are going, you're probably going to be affected by these storms tonight. We've seen some really high winds. We've seen some wind circulation. We've had one tornado warning. We've had one possible observed tornado on the ground for a really short time. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to clear this mess up and look a little bit more to the west and see what's left out there. And there we go. So everybody that was affected by storms earlier today in Colorado, and looks like Utah's getting a little bit of it right now. And Wyoming, I expect more to come through Wyoming tonight as these storms pass through the rest of Nevada and Utah right here. I think these storms are going to keep on an easterly track this way, and at any time they could grow in intensity, as you know. So we've got storms right here, all pretty much heading east. So I think for the most part, we're going to be covering Colorado, Nebraska, Kansas, a good chunk of northern Oklahoma, parts of central Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri, Iowa, Minneapolis, Minnesota, essentially from North Texas up to the Canada border all the way east. At some point tonight, we're probably going to call out your state. From here all the way across. Expect something tonight. So everybody's going to get in on the fun. I don't think anybody's going to be excluded. There's going to be counties that are going to get excluded as these storms blow east. But if you're in any of these states, and surprisingly, the only state that I don't think is going to get hit by these storms is really Texas. Up there in the Panhandle, they might get just clipped by it, and it actually looks like there's a little bit crossing into that Panhandle right now. I don't think there's not a state that isn't going to be affected by these storms. There's even storms up here in Canada blowing down, so we might even see those blow down into New York. Let's see if Florida's going to join the fun. Let's see. What are these storms doing down here? Yeah, southern Miami, Port St. Lucie is getting the last of that storm right now. Just south of Orlando, Daytona Beach, Jacksonville. Jacksonville is done, I think. All those storms just blew off into the Atlantic. So it's going to be an eventful night, I think. Let's just keep our fingers crossed that we have a minimum amount of tornado warnings. Hopefully we don't get any. But it's going to be fun, guys. So grab some snacks, go order a pizza, get your favorite beverage, sit back and relax. It's going to be a long one. I started streaming a little bit earlier than I do typically just because we had those crazy storms up in Nebraska. I'm going on 3 hours right now. I fully expect to go on for at least another 8 to 10 hours on this stream. So if anybody gets bored and wants to play some trivia and chat or talk about whatever, we're going to be watching these storms. If you have any areas that you're in and you're not quite sure about, feel free to link it into chat. Let us know where you're at. If you want to know what the forecast is or anything like that, I'm going to be more than happy to check it out for you. It's going to be a free-for-all tonight. And I'm actually in the bullseye of a pretty big storm, so we're going to keep our fingers crossed that my internet here in my third world county can hold up. Electricity including, that's probably my biggest threat, is the electricity going out. Our cable's usually pretty good. Occasionally it will go down, but 9 times out of 10 it's the electricity that goes out. So let's hope. And I got some pretty strong storms heading my way. Hopefully they blow a little bit to the south. All those counties to the south of me has even smaller population than mine. I wouldn't really wish that upon anybody, but those counties down there have a really small population. Let's see if we can pop up one of these other streamers cast. This one isn't looking too hot right now. And thanks to our moderator guru, taught me a little bit about the Windy app last night, that we can essentially get weather anywhere in the world now. Radar Omega gives us the United States, South Korea, Australia, and Germany. But this neat little app called Windy has weather everywhere. And when I say everywhere, I mean everywhere. Even Antarctica. They're covering Antarctica. They have live weather cams in Antarctica, every country in the world. They even have radiation tracking to track radiation levels, except in the United States. The United States don't want their citizens to know where the radar is at. So there isn't any radar detections that we can pull up there, but we can pull it up in Canada, Japan. I think every country in Europe probably has like 50 stations. Over near Russia and Ukraine, where they're fighting right now, there was a weather station over there that was showing radiation last night that was off the chart. It was like 7,000 times the healthy level, the acceptable level. So if you're planning a vacation to the Ukraine, I would highly disagree with your decision there. I don't think anybody in their right mind would be doing that anyway. But basically everywhere, we're getting heavy thunderstorms, hail, anywhere from a size of a pea to possibly the size of a softball in different areas. Rain, thunder, lightning, hail, high winds. again, I think we only had one confirmed tornado touchdown. And we've only had one tornado warning that was up in Nebraska, right up here. It was just southeast of Broken Bow. It might have been near Ansley, as a matter of fact. No, I think it was a little farther south of Broken Bow. Where was it? Was it Callaway? I can't remember. It was somewhere down there. And then our tornado warning was, I think it was just southeast of Ansley. And that's where our current chasers are at right now. Willard Sharp doesn't have his camera on right now. Corey he's back online. He was offline for the longest time. If you haven't followed Corey on Twitter or subscribed to his YouTube channel, I would highly recommend it. That's William again. Also, Brandon Kopic, Copic. I would highly recommend following him on Twitter/X and finding him on YouTube. He's a really smart guy. He has a lot of good information, especially dealing with the tornadoes and the severe thunderstorms. I would highly recommend subscribing to him. Pretty much all these weather chasers that are on the Radar Omega app, they're very good and they're very knowledgeable. I learn a lot just from listening to them. Sometimes I watch their stream, and they travel everywhere. They're all over the country. And let's see if it looks like we've got our first severe thunderstorm warning that just went into Missouri. And our first one is in Iowa. That very first county in the southwestern part of Iowa has been issued a severe thunderstorm warning, along with Kansas City on the Missouri side. Kansas is mainly up in the north and central, but as that storm passes, looks like it's going to go on south of Dodge City. As it starts getting closer to Wichita is going to go under a severe thunderstorm warning unless the hand of God comes down and dissolves that storm. It's going to keep on rolling right along the Oklahoma-Kansas border. I think our biggest threat right now is the tornado warning we just got. Here we go. In Kansas, it looks like Sheridan and Graham, Kansas. There's a radar-indicated tornado with 2.5-inch hail, tennis ball size hail, and they're in a tornado warning for the next 27 minutes. I'm going to switch the radar to local and take a look at this here. Okay, we're now looking at Sheridan and Graham, Kansas. And as soon as I get the radar to work for us, we're going to be in good shape. Okay, radar's acting a little funky here. Did it get lifted already? No way. Oh, it's still active. For 26 minutes. There it is. That red-green color blindness is killing me sometimes when it gets mixed in there with the radars. Yeah, there's a tornado warning right now, Sniper, for Sheridan County and Graham County, Kansas, for the next 26 minutes. They have wind gusts up here in the 60-mile-an-hour range, low 60s, mid 50s. and it looks like it's mixed in with some winds that are trying to blow towards the tower. The main wind gusts are blowing away from the tower, but we do have a pocket of wind right here that's moving towards the tower. Sirens typically go off when a tornado watch has been issued or there's been one spotted on the ground. I have, just so happens, the one in our town. We have a bunch of them in our town, but one of them is right behind my house on a pole, and they run the test like every Tuesday morning. I've only heard it go off one time for a real tornado, and it wasn't until a tornado was actually spotted. This tornado warning is radar indicated, meaning that wow. You're not out there, are you, sniper, in that county? They're getting a really strong rain, a lot of lightning, and potential hail just to the south of Tasco City, south of Highway 24. They're forecasting that it could potentially have 2.5-inch hail, which is a tennis ball size hail. And by the looks of the radar, that could be accurate. Usually they say it could be up to this size, and it's typically smaller, but this looks like it could actually be tennis ball size hail right here. Sorry, I didn't mean to zoom out that far. I don't see anything indicating a tornado right now, but we will keep a super close eye on it. I'm seeing a little bit of a hook right kind of forming just to the south of the tornado warning. But the velocities where it could be spinning is up farther north inside the box. If you're down near Grainsville, just to the northwest of Grainsville, north of 70, there's some pretty strong winds down there up in the 50s, 58, 40s, 30s. There's a 76 mile an hour gust. And it looks like those are blowing directly east. So it's going to be a couple miles north of 70 right now. Right on, sniper. Good job. Stay on top of it, though, because if you're in Kansas, pretty much all of Kansas at one point or another tonight is going to be under severe thunderstorm warning and a possible tornado warning. So stay alert, buddy. We don't want you getting mixed up in any of that stuff. That's a really big hail spot right there. Usually in those purple areas, as the color gets lighter, that indicates that that's the hail. And usually it's only like, here, I'll stop the camera. When you zoom in, normally that the darker color purple is really, really strong rain. And then as I don't know, again, I'm colorblind, red-green colorblind. To me, it looks kind of teal, and that really light right there, that's usually the indication of the hail. And that was a really big hail signature right there, really big. So there might have been a lot of hail right there. I wish there was another town I could reference, but it's just to the south of Tasco, southwest of Studley, and northeast of Hoxie, and to the east of 23 and south of 24. So if you're in that area, you need to be in your safe spot. Whether it's a basement or the lowest floor of your structure, the most interior room that you have access to, and definitely away from windows no matter what. Even if this isn't a tornado warning, even if it was just a big hail, never stand near windows. Don't even stand near one with your back turned to it. Just get into a bathroom or something like that where there's no windows. If you don't have a room that is without a window, get underneath a mattress. You can get into a bathtub and lay down in a bathtub. You could bring pillows into the bath. You could, if you don't have any pillows available, get towels. Anything that you have, get over top of you just to protect yourself from any flying debris. You could get a tree limb or something in the neighbor's yard could get airborne and fly through your window. A lot of people nowadays, what they're doing is keeping in their, like if you're in a basement or if you have a tornado shelter or a safe room that you go to for a tornado warning, is people are keeping the bicycle helmets in there to protect their head from flying debris, which is pretty darn smart if you ask me. Hey, what's going on, Grizzly? We got a lot of action going on right now, buddy. Actually, it's probably about time. We have a active tornado warning in Kansas. I'm going to check to see how much longer is left on this warning. Looks like they extended. It's Sheraton and Graham County in Kansas. Radar indicated tornado warning. Hail potential is 2.5 inches or tennis ball size hail. And we're keeping a close eye on it. After I check the wind velocity of this area right here, ouch, I was just getting ready to say I'm going to go check out some other areas, but I'm going to keep an eye here really quick. We've got these wind speeds just increased. There's a 78 mile an hour gust right there, right next to some counter-rotating wind at 13, it looks like, and 22. This is some really strong rotating wind, but it doesn't look like it's tornadic at this point. But we're going to keep a really close eye on it. So if you're in either one of those counties, you should already be in your safe spot. Lowest floor of your structure, in a basement or tornado shelter. Innermost room of your house. Staying away from windows. Is that your area there, Grizzly? I thought you were down in Oklahoma for some reason. Or Nebraska, I'm sorry. I could have sworn you were in Oklahoma. I get confused. I'm going to have to start keeping a spreadsheet of everybody and where they're at so I can send them out like personalized notifications. Hey, Grizzly, there's a big storm 10 miles from you. Get ready. Where's the next major city from here? Here comes a radar update. Let's see what it does. Okay, hopefully this just keeps blowing on through. Once we get this this storm blow through this area, it looks like they're going to be out of the storm area for a little while. It looks like the other part of the storm, the next part of the storm that's going to come through here is in Goodland right now, west on 70. Make sure you get your car windows rolled up there, Grizzly, if you're getting rain. Wow, look at all this lightning that just popped up. Most of the lightning was to the north, but look down here in the tornado warning area. Look how much lightning just popped up. There was a little bit before, but I don't remember it being that much. With that radar update, it just lit up the screen. Holy cow. That's a lot of lightning. And there's another tornado warning has just been issued for Buffalo County, Nebraska. And for a point of reference, this is just north of the state line with Kansas, and it's just north of where you see those storm chasers at. If you know where Highway 2's at, just to the southwest of Cairo and northwest of Shelton, directly north of Gibbon. Looks like they're definitely getting a lot of rain right there, possibly hail. I'm going to check the wind velocities. And where's our radar site at really quick? Okay, there we go. Take a look at this, guys. Look at these winds over here. We're up in the upper 50s, 60s. But this is what I'm concerned about right here. And there it is. There's a 80-mile-an-hour wind, surrounded by outgoing wind. And here's another 50, 58, 53, 51, 80-mile-an-hour wind, 60-mile-an-hour wind, approaching these winds that are outgoing right here. Let's see if we have a little hook going on yet here. And it looks like it could be developing into a hook right here. If there's a tornado, it's going to be right here. We just have to wait and see what happens. Let me zoom in and see if we have anything in the atmosphere right now. And there's a little spot over here where there's potentially something being blown up into the atmosphere. This could be trees, limbs, leaves at this point, but we're really close. This is what it looks like. How long ago was that tornado, that Fredonia one, Sniper? Was that are you talking about this year? If you guys aren't looking at it, check out those live shots of that Supercell up in Nebraska. This is it. The tornado warning that we're looking at right now, this area right here, those are live pictures of the cell right now.
I gotta do something real quick, okey doke.
There's 10 more minutes left in Sheridan and Graham, Kansas, and 25 minutes left on the tornado warning that they just issued for Buffalo. Here comes a radar update. Wind velocities are in the 50s here, and we have a good chunk of wind surrounding it. The reds are blowing away from the radar tower down to the southeast, and these greens are blowing in, and we're going to have a conflict here. And we have a really strong precipitation right in the top part of the tornado warning, and there's more than likely probably hail in there. And look at that. Look at this picture. There, who is that? Bear with me, guys. That's amazing. Look at this. Look just to the left of that cell tower or whatever that is. Oh, the one back in April. Let me think. April, May. I wasn't in town. I wasn't here that week, but I do recall hearing about it.
There might be a big one on the ground back there, guys.
If that's a tornado, that's really, really big. That's really, really big. What do you guys think? A mile, a half mile wide? If that's a tornado?
Vince, is it on the ground? Talking to Vince, buddy. Talking to Vince. We're probably gonna have to get you in your seat in a minute. There might be a big tornado on.
There's definitely a radar signature or something in the atmosphere over there. Let's look at wind velocities again. It's right there. Get off my screen. Go away. Is this one? Apparently not. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Bear with me. Gosh, darn it. There we go. No, there's nothing on the ground. It looked like it. There was that hill there that was just left to that cell phone tower or whatever that is, that little shack right there. It was blocking it and made it look like it was on the ground. It doesn't mean something didn't touch down there, but yeah, I think he said that tornado was at the end of April, April 26th. There's no tornado on the ground in that. It really looked like it for a minute, but it was kind of hidden by that field, that little hill right there. There's a big lightning strike. Wow. We still have 2 tornado warnings. The one in Sheridan and Graham is going to expire in 5 minutes. And we still have 20 minutes left on the Buffalo. And that's the one we're looking at on radar right now. We currently have 11 severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to go down the whole list here. As soon as that one expires down south, we'll cover the whole thing. Yeah, it looks like the threat's kind of deteriorating. That inbound wind is moving a little bit to the southwest. There's still some pretty good winds over here, 76, and a counter wind of 58. And another one up here, that's a biggie, that's 96. There's a lot of crazy little wind pockets here. And they're not small. Is that a drone? Oh, or is that a chip in his windshield? I wasn't sure if that was a chip in his windshield or a drone flying around. I don't know about you guys, but I think this one's just going to blow out. Looks like it's just kind of blowing right out of that area. There's still a little hook, kind of hook still there, but those rotating winds are kind of blowing out of that warning area. And the tornado warning that was up in Sheridan, Kansas, that's expired. There's 16 more minutes for the one here in Buffalo, Nebraska. And really quick, I'm going to go down the list of the severe thunderstorm warnings. Sheridan and Graham, where that tornado just was, there was also a destructive storm watch. That's going to expire here in the next 30 seconds. Buffalo. Wait a minute. That's kind of weird. There's 16 minutes left on the Buffalo tornado warning, but there's only 1 minute left on the severe thunderstorm warning. So we'll see how that plays out. Corson, South Dakota has 1 minute left. And then here's Buffalo. Buffalo and Dawson, Nebraska has 16 more minutes. York and Polk, Nebraska has 16 more minutes. And then here's Corson again. Corson and Dewey. South Dakota, they've also got 31 more minutes. That got extended another half an hour. Seward and Seward and Butler, Nebraska has 31 more minutes. Dawson, Nebraska has 31 more minutes. Sheraton Grove, Graham, and Trigo, Kansas has 46 more minutes with possibility of 2.5-inch hail. And the damage threat there is considered considerable damage threat. Elko, Nevada, has 46 minutes left on their severe thunderstorm warning. And here we go again with Buffalo. Buffalo and Hall counties in Nebraska have 46 minutes. Some of those are duplicates that they've just been extended a little bit more, and they haven't removed the old ones. So Kansas seems like they're okay as far as tornado warnings. That one's out. Again, there's 16 more minutes left in Buffalo, Nebraska, right here. And that one just got taken off. It had 16 minutes, but they went ahead and lifted it. If you remember, if we were looking at it, it looked like it was just blowing right out of the area. So, wow, look at those pictures of that supercell. That's amazing. Let's see how wide this storm is. Let's just say this is all together, which it looks pretty much like it is. Let's measure this really quick. From west to east, this storm is stretching 221 miles, blowing east. And I'm counting that part over there near Omaha, all those over there near Omaha, all the way to Cozad. 220-mile wide storm. Let's jump down here really quick. So a lot of lightning, precipitation, and possibly hail down here north of 70 near Grinnell and Hoxie. And I need to jump down. I believe there was another one down here in Kansas I need to take a quick look at. That is the storm, okay. Those are the storms up in northern Kansas right now. We still get that one storm that blew in. You remember that one that blew in from Colorado? It's moved. It's starting to move in more of a southeasterly direction, not not directly southeast. It's more like east southeast, because half of it was above the state line at first. But now it looks like the majority of it is going to more of the Oklahoma side, right in the middle. Like if you take the panhandle right there and cut it in half, the majority of it is to the east of the panhandle, And I'm going to switch over to this radar really quick. And then I want to switch to the Tulsa radar. There's a little storm. I don't know if that's little. Yeah, there's a little storm just north of Miami. And it looks like it might be blowing into Joplin soon, crossing over into Missouri. And my child just gave me the eye. I need to make snacks. They require snacks right now. So I'm going to go ahead and take care of that while we don't have any tornado warnings up. And actually, I already mentioned it. The severe thunderstorm warnings have moved into Iowa, it looks like. I didn't see it on the list. I didn't see Iowa listed on the list. But I think there is one little county down in southwest Iowa that got added. Okay. Let me switch this back to the national radar so we can see the direction of these storms and how they're moving here. Let's take it about 30 frames back and play it out. There we go. Okay, I will BRB. Okay, looks like I got back just in the nick of time for that tornado warning to disappear. When did that happen, Grizzly? That one that was in Lincoln, Blair, and Beddington. I'm still kind of new to this general location. Was that 2000? What did you say? Was that 2017? Oh no, was that this year? The skies look really clear over there off 80 where that camera's at. Let's see what we got here. It's too bad that camera isn't. That's a Amish horse-drawn carriage going down the road right there. Looks like that the last picture there was snapped about 20 minutes ago. That's Highway 14 and 84 junction in Verderge. I'm fixing to go down the list here. The warnings. Where's this? This was 3 minutes ago here. Wow, look at all that lightning that's in there. Just north of Collier and south of Moreland. Look at that. That's I-70 east of Waukene. $16 ago. trying to find a really good webcam or one of these traffic cams that it's right in the middle of a storm, but it seems like all of them are just out of range. Man, look at those lightning strikes. That's amazing. We're down to 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. But as the night goes on, there's gonna be a lot. Let's go ahead and start at the top. Dewey, South Dakota has 9 more minutes. Seward in Butler, Nebraska has 9 more minutes. Dawson, Nebraska, 9 more minutes. Trago, Sheridan, Graham, and Grove. That's sort of the area where they had that tornado warning earlier. That's still considered a damage threat of considerable, with possibly 2.5-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That expires in 24 more minutes. Hall and Buffalo, Nebraska, 24 more minutes. Trago, Kansas, again, that's also has a damage threat of considerable, with winds in excess of 70 miles an hour and 2.5-inch hail. And it looks like they put Buffalo and Kearney back into another severe thunderstorm warning for 24 more minutes, and the damage threat is considerable. And where that storm just went through near Broken Bow, they are currently under a flash flood warning. I don't think that shocks anybody, considering as much rain they just got dumped on them. I'm going to check out these winds up here. There's a lot of activity along Interstate 80 near Kearney, north of Midden, and there's a lot of wind. Let me zoom in a little bit here. It looks like it's up in the 60s. There might have been a 70-mile-an-hour gust there. I thought I saw right before that radar updated. And just to the south of that, we have some counter winds in the 30s and upper 20s. Keep a quick eye on that one. And there's a lot of precipitation there, really strong. And this is probably, I'm like 99%, just north of 80 to the west of Gibson. Is that Gibson or Gibbon? Looks like Gibbon. North of Highway 80, just to the west of Gibbon, right along Highway 30. It looks like that's where the hail's getting dumped on. That's a wide storm. I'm going to check, see how far that is now. Just from the west of Kearney all the way over to Omaha, that storm is still about 210 miles wide. And there's a little, not little actually, let's see. Let's see how big this one is. That storm from beginning to end right there is about 100 miles wide. And it's producing a lot of rain, a lot of lightning, and probably hail just north of 70 near Waukene, just to the east of Grinnell and Oakley. And that storm looks like it's blowing in the plain view right now. But I think Waukene is going to get the majority of the rain here. Let's see, it's that storm that's going through Omaha is going to be blowing into, looks like Iowa here in a short amount of time. And these storms that dip down into Oklahoma from Nebraska, that's up there in the Panhandle by Hooker, just to the east of Hooker. Looks like it's traveling right along 64. It did look like it had hail there a minute ago, but again, as soon as the radar updated like 10 seconds ago, it disappeared. So it just looks like it's strong thunderstorms. I'll be right back. All right, we're back up to 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. We got Trago, Kansas, Sheridan, Kansas, Graham, Kansas, Grove, Kansas. Considerable threat for the next 15 minutes. Hall, Nebraska, Buffalo, Nebraska. Considerable threat for the next 15 minutes. There's a duplicate of Trago. I'm not sure why I don't understand why they separate those. And here's another duplicate, Buffalo, 15 more minutes, and then they combine Kearney County with that for 15 minutes. Damage threat is considerable with 1 3/4 inch hail. Here's Buffalo again. Buffalo, Phelps, and Dawson, Nebraska, 15 more minutes. Adams, and here's Kearney again. It's a duplicate. Adams, Kearney, Hall, and Buffalo, Nebraska, 45 more minutes. Damage threat is considerable. Dewey, South Dakota, 45 more minutes. Lancaster, Saunders, Seward, Case, Butler, Oto, 60 more minutes in those counties. And it looks like the wind speeds are picking up a little bit here just to the northwest of Hastings. They're up in the 40s, 58, 51, 35. Those are probably the strongest winds that are in the area right now, at least in that radar. Is anybody experiencing any rain where they're at right now? Wow, look at that cam. That is really dark up there. It is really dark. Holy moly. Holy moly. He's right up there where kind of like a little hook is forming. And there is a little bit of rotation there. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more. There's 26 mile an hour winds, and there's a little pocket of almost 70. And then just to the east over near Keenshaw, we got a couple, looks like 40s, and there's one in the 50s. This little area right here is kind of getting a little sketchy. Right here. It's getting a little sketchy. Because if we switch back to that radar, I shouldn't have taken that off. Right here by Newark, we're starting to see a little hook right there. And I'm not sure if that's him. Yeah, he's driving through some really heavy rain. Grizzly, you're getting some rain. And Shelby's also getting rain. Light rain. Shelby, are you in did you say you were in Nebraska? Oh, it's just like normal rain showers there, Grizzly. Yeah, I thought you were up there in Nebraska. I just couldn't remember. At first, I thought you were up there. I was thinking about you earlier because I thought you had told us that you were up near Broken Bow or something like that. But then I started thinking about it, and I was like, no, I think she's up by. I thought it was Omaha, somewhere near Omaha. Here, if I zoom in, I bet you I remember this city. Up north of Blair. Oh yeah, that's right. That T, that T name that I can't pronounce. Tickama, Tick or Techama. If you're up in the area, have you ever been through the town of Wahoo? I'm kind of curious what that town looks like. Wahoo, Nebraska. Looks like it's just west of Omaha. Oh, Grizzly, you're near Omaha too? Yeah, you guys are getting some rain. It looks like the heavy stuff is going to pass just to the south of Omaha. It might nick like Bellevue. Looks like Lincoln's about to get it right now. Let me check to see what their winds are. Coming through Lincoln, right into Lincoln right now, it's right at about 11-mile-an-hour gust. There's a little bit, like right in Lincoln right now, they're getting some like 20 and 30-mile-an-hour gust. Techcama. 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 Am I saying it right now? Even when people do the phonetic for me, I still mess it up. Techcama. 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 It's a little section of the neighborhood. Oh, not Cam. It's Came. Tech came. Man. Tech came. Tech came. Hey, y'all might want to check this out really quick. Check this little hook right here. Where all that hail is coming down, right there and right there. It looked like there was a little hook forming. And it's definitely got some rotating wind right there. We might want to keep our eyeballs on this one here. We'll know better at the next. I know, Shelby. There's no hope for me. There really isn't. You're You're going to probably have to remind me forever because I'm terrible with that. You're in the Grizzlies down left corner in Beddington, and Waterloo. I saw Waterloo on the map. Hold on. I remember seeing Waterloo. Let's see here. I swear I thought. There it is. There's Waterloo right there. So you're not, man, you're just right outside of the city. What is that, like a 5-minute ride into Omaha for you? These winds aren't very high. There's some in the 40s and 30s, and these are in the 20s, but it's looking a little hairy. It looks like the kind of hook has kind of gone away, though. Oh, you're 20 minutes from Omaha? 10 to 20 minutes? Just a heads up, too. I don't know if you guys are ever going to be interested in it, but we were on, some of us were on here kind of late, and I started using that Windy app just to see what it was like. It's a free app that you can download to like your cell phone or a tablet or something like that. And Elise, the moderator, she was telling me, a little bit about it. And you know how like Radar Omega can only do the United States, South Korea, what is it, Australia and Germany, I want to say. The Windy app has access to the weather stations everywhere in the world. It's really cool, some of the stuff that you can pull up on there. So if anybody has any relatives or for the hell of it wants to see what the weather looks like in Tokyo, Japan, just let me know. I could pull it up anytime. And there's a ton of webcams too. Some of them are kind of like 15 to 20 minutes behind. But you can like go back 24 hours and watch the webcam. It even goes back, some of the cams go back even farther than that. You can like watch time lapse the last 30 days or so. Oh yeah, Japan. Yeah. Yeah, but that Windy app is really cool. For like getting really deep into the weather part, like looking for the kind of weather we're looking for, like today with thunderstorms, I think Radar Omega is still better. But when it comes to hurricane season, I'm not sure how Radar Omega is with hurricanes. I haven't seen one yet. But I think we might be using the Windy app. Oh, that's good. You got family close to you. That's awesome. But it seems like the people that make Windy, it started out as something to do with oceans, like something for mariners, you know what I mean? Boating, people that want to see like weather reports for boating or fishing or whatever. I think that's how the app got started because it's really detailed as far as like oceanic stuff. But now it's incorporated all kinds of really cool stuff. I think the maps actually look better in that app, but being able to zoom in and seeing wind speeds by just like putting the little cursor over it, it just seems like it's a lot better on Radar Mega for this kind of stuff. Wow, and there's some really strong rain right there. Look at that. I haven't seen that heavy in a while. I bet you $1 that's hail right there. And it's probably like quarter size hail. Have you heard the thunder yet? Is it here? Let me zoom up there real quick. It looks like you guys are getting like in Waterloo right now. It looks like it's upper 20s. I saw like a 30-mile-an-hour gust there. So you guys should be getting some wind through there like right now. Yeah, it all looks like it's in the 20s and the 30s surrounding the Omaha area. That hook looks like it's trying to form again down here near Minden, the town of Minden, where all that really strong precipitation's at, and probably hail. It's really trying. It's been trying for like the last 10 minutes. Actually, let me zoom out, Grizzly, and see. Let's track it a little bit and see which way it's blowing. It looks like all the red and orange rain, the harder stuff. By the time it gets to you, I think it's going to be to the south of Bellevue. I don't think it's going to actually hit you guys. Close, but no direct hits for you. Just rain and wind. If anybody needs to look up a particular area, just type it in chat, and I will check it out. So these have been some of the biggest, not like all-time biggest, but I mean really, they're kind of like stretched out, but they're really stretched out. Like that one that's up in Nebraska, I think the last time that I measured it, it was 210 miles wide. That's insane to me. That's huge. And the one down here is giving it a run for the money. It looks like it's northwest, kind of medium north, Kansas. I'm going to measure this one. This one's about 180 miles wide. A lot of lightning, a lot of rain. And then the one down here, let me see if I can pull up another radar to get a better shot of it. Let me check the Amarillo radar. Wow, there's a lot more to that storm. Look down there near Amarillo. That's a really wide. Let's check that one. It starts down here in Santa Rosa and goes all the way up 54. That's 250 miles wide. And I think it actually extended up here too. So let's see. Yeah, that's at least, let's measure that. Let's go from about here to here. Tack on another 65 miles. That's crazy. Here, let me measure it again. From Santa Rosa up to Dodge City, that's storm altogether. It's not intense the whole way, but 328 miles. No, I don't want to get hit hard either, Grizzly. I was starting to think that storm that was on the border a while back. This one, hold on, did I lose it? Hold on. Well, maybe it will hit me. Hold on, let me run it back 7 frames. It's kind of look like it's running just east. As long as it keeps on that track right there, I'm going to get a little bit of heavy rain. The one that's up there near Dodge City, just to the south of Dodge City. But I think the heavier stuff is right on the Oklahoma-Kansas line. Are you spamming? No, you're not spamming. No. I don't think we get enough comments for someone to be considered a spammer. We're a small channel, dude. And even if you were spamming, I wouldn't complain. You can type as much as you want. We're probably one of the smallest weather YouTubers or whatever channel that's out there, so I don't think anybody has ever been a spammer. And since you've been with us since pretty much the beginning, Grizzly, you can spam all you want. You're one of our first viewers. Yeah, Grizz, you're good. You don't have to worry about that, buddy. I'm trying to put something together for when the channel eventually hits, if it ever does hit 500 subscribers. I think there was like, I was watching this other YouTuber today, and he was telling his story of how he got started and everything like that, and how slow it is when you first start. And he kind of like threw like a little, he celebrated when he hit 500 viewers, and then he celebrated when he hit 1,000. And then he said he was planning his next celebration when he hits 100,000, I guess, something like that. So I was thinking that if we hit 500 subscribers, whenever we do, I'm going to give away one of those not radars, what are they called? Those NOAA alert systems for somebody to put in their house in case they don't have one. But I don't know how that would work. Like, can you? I don't know if I can get direct messages here on YouTube. I know some people say it. Sometimes they're like, DM me on YouTube. But if somebody were to DM me, I wouldn't know where to go to check my DMs. So, I'm gonna have I guess I'm gonna have to start an email, not a personal email, but like maybe get like a email address for the channel, something like that. I think I actually have one. I think I have weatherzone411 at Gmail, but I haven't checked it yet. I set it up like 3 weeks ago. I've never checked my email. Not that anybody said anything, but I guess that's the only way I would be able to do it. Is somebody would have to send me an address or something like that, or maybe I could just go get like a Walmart gift card and email the person the digits. You know, you do a little scratch off and it has like the numbers on it, and they could just use the gift card at Walmart or wherever they want to get it from, and they can pick out their own. But this one dude, he was really cool. He had he has a gaming channel. Like he plays video games, like PlayStation, Xbox, that kind of thing. And he actually, this was like 2 years ago. I forget what game was popular at the time, but he gave out a free copy of the game. I was like, damn, because I'm a gamer. I like the game. I play a lot of MMOs and sports games and a couple shooters. I'm just getting too old to keep up with the younger guys in the shooters. I can't do Call of Duty anymore. I used to be pretty good at Call of Duty like 15 years ago. But when they started making those like advanced ones where it's like jumping around and climbing walls and stuff like that, I couldn't hang with it. There was no way. My reflexes aren't fast enough for that anymore. So I stick to the slower paced games like MMOs or I played a lot of Red Dead 2 when that came out. And back in the day I played a lot of GTA. I really like that. But I haven't been on there in a bit. Well, it looks like we're down to 6 warnings, and none of them are expiring anytime soon. Adams, Kearney, and Hall, Nebraska, has 18 more minutes. Phelps, Buffalo, Dawson, and Kearney. There's Kearney again. 18 minutes. Lancaster, Saunders, Case, and Oto, Nebraska has 33 more minutes. Ellis and Trigo, Kansas, they're still on there. They've been on there a long time. They have 33 more minutes. Grove and Logan, Kansas has 33 more minutes. There's Kearney again. Kearney, Franklin, Adam, and Webster, Nebraska. They have 33 more minutes, and they may be getting 1 3/4 inch hail. Oh yeah, Grizzly dude, I love the game. I actually thought about back in the day when it was like on PS4. I want to say, yeah, it was back on PS4. I used to stream directly from the console. Wow, look how wide that storm really is now. I used to stream on my PS4 to YouTube. I can't even remember what my YouTube name was. But I used to stream GTA, a couple sports games, and Elder Scrolls. I just created a YouTube channel, and then I just linked it to my PlayStation, and then I would just hit like the share button, and it would automatically start streaming. It was probably really bad quality back then, but it got the job done. Yeah, definitely. If you're like trying to stream games, you can. Yeah, I think you use that OBS software, and I think as long as it's on your home network, you can somehow link your PlayStation or Xbox to your PC and use OBS, and you can put like all these graphics on there and everything like that, and you can stream your games. Or if you're playing your game on your if you mean like playing on your PC, it's even easier to stream because then there's a bunch of apps that you can use that would stream all your gameplay. I've never done it on a PC, but I know like most of the like professional guys that are out there doing it, they're all on PC from what I understand. It seems like they are. Just a heads up, if you're in Lincoln, you're about to get a lot of rain and a little bit of lightning. And down here on the down here near Hayes, Waukene, they've been getting rain, a lot of rain. But in Plainville right now, let me run the map back really quick. I want to see which way it's blowing. Yeah, if you're in Plainville, you're about to get the brunt of the rain that's blowing down there right now. Just south of Stockton, right in the Plainville. Hayes, I think you're going to get a little bit of it. And Waukene, you're almost done, it looks like. You've got the rest of this piece of the storm and then some really light rain coming after that. And after you get past this last lightning part, you shouldn't get any more lightning. Are you a PC gamer, Grizzly? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have any experience with that. I've never I gamed on PC, but that was like a million years ago. And then my computer kept like not being good enough, like the video card and stuff, and I got tired of upgrading it. So I just got a console. I'm like almost all console gaming. Just a heads up, that storm in Kearney and Adams, Nebraska, there's only 11 minutes left, but I think they upgraded that one to a damage threat of being considerable. I think due to the inch and 3/4 hail. I don't know how much hail they're getting, but I imagine that's what it is. Also, like even though Kearney's on that one severe thunderstorm warning for 11 more minutes, Adams and Kearney is also grouped in with Franklin and Webster on the other severe thunderstorm warning, and that still has 26 more minutes left. In Ellis, Kansas is 41 right here. They get a little bit of goofy winds up here in Plainview. There's some incoming winds mixing with this outgoing wind. I don't know how it's going to play out. It's blowing out at about 30 miles an hour, and then it's blowing in the teens right here. But I think the storm itself is blowing directly east. So oh, you mainly do like those little short clips? All in all, it's really calming down. We haven't had a tornado warning in a while. But I think as the storm's finished going through Nebraska and then into Iowa, and then once it gets through Kansas and blows into, I don't know if it's going to go mainly into Missouri or if some of it's going to end up blowing down to Arkansas. It looks like that one storm is starting to clip more to the south. The one that's over there by, I think the closest city is Ashland, just to the east of 54 and going over 270. Because it was on a track to hit Wichita when it was way back in Colorado and New Mexico. It looked like it was going to go farther north of the state line, but steadily it's kind of like every 10, 15 minutes it goes a little bit farther south. So I think it's going to blow into Woodward, End, Ponica City, Hominy, Stillwater, and then probably into Tulsa. Bartlesville might get some of it, and Miami. I'll keep an eye out on that one though. It looks like it's getting kind of nasty up here though. It's getting like dirty up here. Let me see if I can get a closer radar. Darn it. It's kind of like right on the border. There we go. There's the Omaha radar. It's getting like really nasty right here. Like thick rain and probably some light hail in there. Yeah. It's getting real dirty here, guys. This is like just asking for a tornado. I don't know if I believe these wind speeds because it's on the edge of the radar. But the other radar that I have, the next closest radar that I have to it is the same thing. The radar like kind of ends there. Let me zoom in on this radar and see what the wind speeds look like. It's still got one little nasty area right there near Midden. It seems like every time there's a storm in Nebraska or on the Kansas line, it always seems like that town gets involved of Midden. It's always like Midden, Kearney, Gibson, Elm Creek. Every time it gets nasty right there. Omaha is pretty much done. They're just getting sprinkles right now, I think. Really light rain. Yeah, it's getting dirty there, Grizzly. It's getting kind of stinky. It's dirty. But it's nothing to get excited about. It's just rain, thunder, a little bit of hail, heavy winds. No crazy tornadoes or anything. Knocking on wood. It's finishing up blowing through that little northern part of Texas up there near the Panhandle. It looks like it's going to be blowing into Woodward, May, Laverne, and Buffalo. There's a couple little spots down on the Texas side of it that's kind of heavy right now with a lot of lightning. And then it looks like, let me run the, I think it's still going east. Yeah, it's going more east than south. It almost looked like it was picking up to the north a little bit, just a little bit. Let me increase the frames and see what it's trending to do here. It looks like the storm is up over the Kansas line, but it looks like the majority of the precipitation and lightning and all that is just south of the line. Yeah, I call them dirty storms. When they start getting that countering winds and you got hail mixed in there and you got lightning mixed in there and you got heavy rain mixed in there, that's a dirty storm. You got a dirty storm just south of you right now, Grizzly. It's almost blowing right through there. Lincoln's nasty and dirty to the north and to the southeast. And there, it's going to be, it's going to be coming through Lincoln. Let me run it back a few frames just to see where it's going, or where it looks like it's going anyway. Lincoln is right there. It might be blowing southeast. It might skip Lincoln, that second dirty storm. The one that's over Lincoln now, it's heavy rain and lightning. But this stuff that's over here by Kearney, Midden, and Hastings kind of looks like it's going to head south. It's like it's getting blown more south than it is to the east. It kind of flipped a little bit. You know, Grizzly, I think almost all these storms are capable of producing a tornado, with the exception of that one to the north up in that's getting ready to blow into Iowa. I don't think anything's going to mess with that. I don't think anything right now that's east of Omaha, maybe over there by 35, that has potential. And then down here by Hayes, up there, you see, here, let me zoom in. Up there by Kearney and Hastings, I think that has a really good chance to produce a tornado. I don't think it will, but everything is good. Everything. Hold on, I got to stop for a second. I'm just trying to look at this camera really quick. Yeah, I think most of these storms are capable of producing a tornado. If they will, we'll just have to wait. Man, I got to get back on that cam. That looked like a funnel cloud getting ready to come down. No, I don't think you're going to get any tornadoes there, Grizzly. I would let you know in advance if it even looked like it was. All the storm that went through there was definitely capable. The one earlier, but I don't think anything right now. But I would let you know if I seen it. That looked really nasty for a minute. That cloud that's right there where he's driving into. That almost looked like, oh no, look at that, look at that, look at that. That almost looked like a funnel cloud right there. But it's just like one cloud connecting to the other one. I thought that was a funnel trying to come down. I thought it was a tornado at first. I thought it was going to be one. But then I think it was just rain. But I swear it looked like a funnel cloud for a minute. Yeah, the nastiest storms I see right now is this one going parallel with 70. That's down by Hayes. And then the one that's kind of heading southeast right now up near Hastings. I'm going to run it back a few frames just to see. It looks like that it's going to go southeast. I think it's going to go down north of Topeka and cross over near Grain Valley and Belton, maybe. We'll have to keep an eye on it. But the weird thing is that if it keeps going southeast like that, it's going to run into this other storm. Unless the other storm gets pushed by a southeastern wind too. But right now it's moving more east than southeast. It's more like east-southeast, I guess. This storm right here is weakening, it looks like. A lot of the red and oranges that were there earlier have turned into yellow, so I think that one's kind of calming down. It's still got a lot of lightning. And yeah, the winds are, I think they're gusting it right at 30. Yeah, right at 30 miles an hour. If this keeps up the way it goes all night, I think this will be the first night in a long time that we haven't mentioned Dallas, Fort Worth, Shreveport, Louisiana. I don't think they're expecting anything down there. In the forecast, even yesterday's forecast didn't have anything for those areas. It was mainly northern Oklahoma, central and north Kansas, and southern Nebraska. But actually, Nebraska had a lot of storms up towards the north, too, today. I don't think they were expecting that. But those two right there, those two are really nasty. And then down here, it's like these three storms right here. they're causing the most problems. This one, and this one right here. I think the most concerning one is the one up to the north, the first one. And then it kind of goes in order. This one's second nastiest and then third. But that could flip-flop anytime. Oh, come on, Grizzly. That's messed up. You're glad I'm not so popular. That sucks for me. It's good for you, but it sucks for me. I don't care if I'm popular or not, honestly. I just want to get, my goal one day is to hit 1,000 subscribers. That's my goal. My goal is my first goal is to make good videos or good streams. And I know I'm not there yet. I'm working on it, getting better. But I think as far as subscribers, I'd be happy with 1,000. That's a good round number, I think. I mean, don't get me wrong. I would take 1 million because I think when you hit 1 million subscribers or something like that, YouTube starts paying you like advertisement or something like that. But I'd be happy at 1,000. But I would still talk to people. I don't care if I had 1 million subscribers. I think chat would be going too fast with a lot of subscribers for me to keep up with, but I would still try to talk to everybody I could as long as I could keep up with chat. And it's fun sometimes too. You get some funny people in here. Like last night, the guy in West Virginia, the guy Palma, I don't know if you remember his name in here. He's hilarious, man. He says some funny stuff in chat. Like if you ask him a question, he's just funny. Thanks, dude. I need to get a lot better though, man. It's like I need to, like, for what I do as far as weather, I need to learn how to pronounce some of these names of these cities better. Like a lot of the cities up in Nebraska, Kansas isn't that bad. They don't have that many, but Nebraska, Oklahoma are tough, some of the names, but Louisiana is the worst. I have the hardest time when that storm, like when they're getting all that flooding and those tornadoes, like earlier this week. I couldn't pronounce them, man. I was just spelling the names. I would like pronunciate the first syllable, and then I would just finish with spelling it because nobody was going to understand what I was saying. Golly. We still got our 3-headed monster here in Kansas. That one is almost gone to the bottom. It's almost out of Kansas, actually. It's kind of like they're getting hit in every direction. The whole north, all on that line, the central, and part of the south. Oh, yeah. I don't think I hooked up my camera until I had been streaming like 2 weeks. Yeah, what you do there, Grizzly, is the way I do it is that I like when I stream, I can't see myself. Even though I'm hooked up on camera, I kind of like I can't really see it that good. so I wouldn't know what I'm doing anyway. So if I did something retarded, then yeah, I wouldn't even know it. Somebody might point it out to me, but and it don't matter because like if you're gaming, like say you're doing a PC game stream or something like that, um, I think it would be minimized. I think the streaming app would be minimized if you're playing on a PC, and then the game would be like on the screen for the majority of it. But there's a lot of people out there that don't use webcams. You said you did your first you had a hamster named Grizzly. Did he look like a little grizzly bear? Hamsters are cute, man. I love hamsters. I had a neighbor offer me one like years ago, but I had a cat, so I was afraid that the cat was going to like try to stalk it or something like that. So, what do hamsters eat? Are they like eating? Are they like into the green stuff, like lettuce and stuff like that? Or do they have like specific food for hamsters that you can buy? Oh yeah, that's right. They do like carrots. It's like the same as rabbits or something. What kind of seeds do you think they are? Do you think they're like sunflower seeds? All right, it's been about 15 minutes. I'm going to do an update here really quick. I'm going to zoom back out and let me just see where these are blowing. Let's see. Man, that one storm is really taking a southeastern turn. It was going like perfectly straight east. If it keeps turning that far south, it could end up going through Oklahoma City. Anyhow, I'm going to go down this real quick. There's only 5 listings, and I think some of these are duplicates. Ellis, Kansas, 13 more minutes. Adams, Denver, and Arpoa, Colorado, 13 more minutes. Franklin, Harlan, Kearney, Phelps, Nebraska, 28 more minutes. Webster, Franklin, Adams, Kearney, Nebraska. A lot of those are duplicates. 28 more minutes. Russell and Barden, Kansas. 58 minutes. Damage started considerable and winds up to 70. Yeah, that's a nasty area. That's not a nasty storm at all because the front part of the storm isn't that bad and the back end isn't that bad. But this one part of it is definitely nasty. And it's got that wind too. You got some incoming wind up here near Plainville coming into Hayes. And then you have the outgoing winds at Hayes. But I think that's blowing southeast. Let me double check. There's also a little goofy area down here. Like these counter winds right here in the 60s. There's a 65, a 70 something, and that looks like it's blowing south, but then we have these easterly winds. The easterly winds looks like it's going to slam into them. Let me just pull up I'm going to let the radar update first. I don't know if that's a radar anomaly or what's going on here. I'm going to have to wait on another radar update for that one. That's all messed up. Let's see. See, it just changed when I flipped back over to it. It's got a little bit of... Yeah, it's really small, though. We might be getting a little circulation right here near Basin and to the west of La Crosse. There might be a little bit of rotating wind there. But there's no cloud cover right there. There's no rain or anything. It's really strange to have that high of winds without... Usually that's... Well... I guess if it's like really flat land there, which it probably is, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's all really flat land there, right along 70. And the storm right there in the Texas Panhandle is split, broken in half. I don't know, Grizz. Sometimes it's like every minute, and then sometimes it's like every 3 minutes. I think Radio Omega might miss some updates. I wish it would do it like every 30 seconds, but sometimes it's faster than others. It kind of varies, but typically 1 to 3 minutes. I've seen some of them take as long as 5 minutes. Oh, it's fixing to rain up there. Check Omaha. Omaha. Man, they got a lot. Y'all got a lot more possibly coming through tonight. Let me run it back a few frames and see. I don't know. Part of the back end of that storm just dipped south. I was going to say if that would have kept going east, all of it, y'all would have got a lot more rain tonight, but it looks like it's dipping south. I'm going to run back. Oh, there it goes. There's the radar updating. Actually, you got me wanting to time it now. So that radar update happened at 9:23. I'm going to check out the clock next time it pops. Man, that little storm is staying dirty up there. Looks like you just had an outbreak of hail up there by Franklin. Yeah. They just got a little hail drop. And it's starting to curl a little bit too. Keep watching that. That's the one up there in the up there in Nebraska, I think. I don't think it crossed over into Kansas. Not yet. It'll be crossing over into Kansas in the next 5 minutes, though. Well, it's been almost 60 seconds. It hasn't updated yet. So we know it's not every minute. How do you know that? Did you go back and count? See, it's been 120 seconds now. It still hasn't updated. Be nice, puppy. I'm not fighting right now. Calm down. You really wouldn't count it? That's funny. It doesn't seem like 46. And the radar still hasn't updated. It's been 3 minutes now. We just got a new subscriber, but it never tells me who subscribed. Sometimes I get emails, and it tells me who. I wish it would tell me like the name of the person who subscribed, so I could say like, "Hey, thank you, Bob," or "Thank you, Jim," or something like that. I need to get 22 more subscribers tonight to get 300. I think we can do it. Yeah, that's what I'm on right now. I'm using the precipitation mode because, like, sometimes I do notice if I'm looking at velocity too long, like here, if I look at it too long, I'll miss an update. But I think there it goes. Okay, there it goes, the update. It was 9:23 last time it updated, so just about 5 minutes. I'm going to keep it on radar, like you said. And so it's 9:28 now. I'll time to see how long it takes before it updates again. Because sometimes it's like, I'm like anxious for one. I need one. Like, I need a radar update sometimes. Like when I start to see something hooking or like 100-mile-an-hour winds getting ready to collide with 90-mile-an-hour winds, it's like I want to update like every 10, 20 seconds. So that was at 9:28. We'll see when the next one comes around. And I'm just going to keep the map steady. I wonder if different towers update, like maybe some towers update every 5 minutes or some towers update maybe every 3 minutes or something. Do you use the what's it called, Radar Omega? And I think I had to get a subscription too. I think it was like some kind of add-on in order to get. They call it like Rapid Sweep or something like that. But honestly, I don't see it. Like I don't know if that update is the Rapid Sweep or whatever that I subscribe to, but I don't think I've really noticed a difference since I subscribed. If I unsubscribe, then I would probably see it, but there it goes. It just updated. That time it only took like 2 minutes. Like a minute and a half to 2 minutes. You mean like the radar when it spins around, it goes faster or something for the rapid sweep? So what does that mean? Quick scan, like the radar scans faster or something? Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what it does. I know, like when I was setting it up and everything like that, it came with a lot of stuff. I mean, it came with a lot of stuff in the basic package, but I don't think there was enough time from the time I started using it till I got the rapid sweep that I noticed the difference. I wish they would add more stuff to it though, because like Elise was teaching me how to do the Windy up last night, and that they have so many more options. It's not as good for storm chasing, I don't think yet. At least I haven't figured out how to do it, but it does have a lot of options to see other things. That's a good point. You might be right. I think these guys are done chasing. Looks like Connor still. Is that Connor? Connor's still chasing, it looks like. The other 3 guys have left. Willard never had his camera on. Brandon's headed out of town, I think. Here, actually, let me everything's pretty calm right now. Let me just check. Yeah, we're down to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. Franklin, Nebraska, 12 minutes. Webster, Nebraska, 12 minutes. Russell and Burton, Kansas, 42 minutes. Franklin, Smith, and Webster, Nebraska, 42 more minutes still. Oh, yeah, I was going to slide this over and see, I really, you can't, like the one thing with the Windy app is that when I click my mouse wheel one time to like zoom in, it seems like it zooms way too far in. And like over here on Radar Omega, it's like smaller intervals. Like it doesn't zoom out that far. I kind of like that, especially if I'm like looking at a storm. But like over here on Windy, if I went to the same storm, like right here, it zooms in too far. And there's probably something in settings that would change that. I haven't figured it out yet. I know back in the day you could hold spacebar and move your mouse wheel and it would do it in smaller or larger increments, but there's probably some kind of setting I can go in there and change to make the scroll rate a little slower, or like the distance not scroll as much. But I prefer the colors. I guess the bluest clouds. I haven't learned what all the colors are, but I mean, you can pretty much make it out there. Like when you get to the center of the storm, you know that you got the yellows, the lighter, then the oranges, then the deep reds are heavier. Let me try to do it. Here, let me see where I'm at. And I have a harder time finding my place on the map because the size of the town names don't adjust. They just stay the same. They're all pretty small. Where's Plainville? Am I lost? Plainville's over here, I thought. Let me see. Whoa. See, I have a really hard time with that, going back and forth between the two. So that's I'm in the wrong place anyway. Let me go up to Nebraska real quick. Let's see. It's just to the east or the west. Lincoln, Russell, Plainview. See, it doesn't. Getting those two to link up. There's Lincoln, and there's Lincoln. So maybe if I zoom in. So there's Russell, Grotham. And then to find Russell over here, I have to zoom way in. Yeah, this is. I don't like this. Being able to. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. All right. This is getting crazy. Okay, there's Wichita. There's Wichita. There's Topeka. And there's Topeka. I'm trying to measure up to see if the storms are pretty accurately displayed between Windy and Radar Omega. So there's the storm that's directly across from Topeka. Here's Topeka directly across. And then up near Lincoln. Let me stop this from moving first. There we go. See if I zoom into this one. And then zoom into the same exact spot over here. It says that that part is right by Hastings. Yeah, it's just the scaling, I think. It's the size scaling is just different. Because over here it's showing the really heavy rain and maybe a little bit of hail south of Blue Hill and north of Franklin. And then I have to zoom in really far to get those cities to show up. So here's Franklin, and Blue Hill doesn't even show up. Let's see, there's Red Cloud. Maybe Blue Hill's right. There's Blue Hill. Okay. Yeah, it's just the scaling is so different. And I don't know which one's more accurate. I'm assuming that purple. Let's see. That won't happen if you eat more garlic, Grizzly. If you eat a lot of garlic, mosquitoes usually they tend to stay away from you. At least that's what I was told. I don't know. But it does come in handy if you want to show something different. Like if you can match it up side by side. Like wind. So over here near Franklin, the wind is blowing northwest. It's blowing outwards. And if I go over here to velocity, that's right on the edge of the radar, so it's hard to tell. I think it is true, Grizzly. Somebody, I think it was a nurse told me that if you eat garlic or something like that, it gets into the pores of your skin or something, and mosquitoes and some other blood-sucking bugs don't like it, so they'll leave you. All right, let me find something better. All right, let's go to Wichita. And it looks like the winds in Wichita are blowing north because the green right here south of Wichita is blowing towards the tower, which is in Wichita. And then the reds are blowing out. And then it looks like it's blowing in from Dodge City. So let's see if we can find Wichita on this map. And it sucks because I have these old glasses. Let's see. I need my new glasses. Bad. See, I have a really hard time finding stuff here. Okay, so I know Wichita is down here somewhere. You would think that the bigger cities would be in bold, but All right, so that looks accurate. If you look at Wichita on windy, I don't know if you guys can see it on screen very well, but you can see that the winds are constantly blowing. Literally, I mean, the whole thing is blowing north. And that kind of is saying the same thing over on Radar Omega, because the greens are heading towards that tower, the reds are going away. So that means that it's blowing north, except for this part over here. And this, I'm not sure is completely accurate because it's right on the edge of the radar, and sometimes the velocities at the edge of the radar are all messed up. Look at Brian promoting the channel. What a rock star. Hell yeah, Brian. We're 20 away from 300. You might put us over the edge tonight. We might get to 300 by the end of the night if I stream for another 12 hours. I've only been going for it's like 5 hours and 15 minutes. If I went another 5 hours, that would put us at 3 a.m. Grizzly, you haven't been subscribed this whole time? Grizzly, you're killing me. I figured you had been subscribed. Come on, man. Was that? I wonder if that was Grizzly. It just put us at 280. I'm not even gonna look at it anymore. I'm not gonna look at it tonight. I figured you had, man. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been getting notifications when we went live. I thought you were saying that you were just subscribing. I was like, dude's been watching the channel for like a week and that's funny. Well, it has to have been within the last 30 days because I've only been streaming for about 30 days, somewhere around there. I don't know what day I started. Let me see when I posted my first live stream. Let's see. I posted a demo stream, and then I did a normal stream on May 7th. So May 7th was my first video. So almost, I guess, exactly 30 days. And then I streamed the next day a couple times. The 9th, the 10th, the 11th, the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, the 15th, the 16th, 17th. I didn't stream on the 18th for some reason. I must have been doing something. The 20th. I didn't stream. No, I did. 21, 22, 23. I didn't have any activity on the 24th or 25th. I don't know what I was doing. Then the 26th, 27th. I didn't stream the 28th. I didn't stream the 29th. but I've streamed every day this month, I think. So I've missed about 5 days out of 30. So I've probably streamed for like 24 days, somewhere around there. There you go, Grizzly. Heck yeah. You're the man. I guess I should report on some weather since I'm streaming weather. I've been goofing off. I just like playing with the apps. I love messing around with that new app. Let's check the alerts here. It looks like we're down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. Russell and Barden, Kansas. Possibility of 1 inch hail. Winds exceeding 70 miles an hour. The damage started considerable. And then Smith, Kansas, Franklin, Nebraska, Webster, Nebraska has 28 more minutes on it. Possibly 1.25 inch hail with winds at 60 miles an hour. Let me see exactly where that's at. Let me see if they're shrinking just the watches. I know we only got a few warnings, but the watches, I'm surprised the watch to the north up there by Lincoln going into Iowa hasn't been expanded farther, because those are still pretty heavy thunderstorms up near Lincoln, and then sort of like right in the middle of Kansas, heading towards Topeka. And then, oh, wow, that storm is burning out. Look down south. That was like one of the heaviest storms going. It wasn't as heavy as the one that was up near Lincoln, but this storm down here, south of Dodge City, here, let me pull up that radar. It's still going a little bit, but it's kind of getting ripped up into like the finger thing that we saw the other night, like the finger clouds. Or maybe we should call them dreadlock clouds. It broke up big time. Wow, that storm just got destroyed by something. I don't know if the wind ripped it apart or what, but it's dying out. It doesn't hardly have any. It's got a little bit of red in there, and there's one little speckle of purple. The rest of it's orange, yellow, and green. Something obliterated that storm. You've been watching the weather stuff since you saw that tornado? Yeah, that storm down there that went into Oklahoma is just getting ripped apart. I don't even think it's going to make it to Oklahoma City. I don't think it'll make it to Tulsa unless something weird happens. So we're essentially left with these 2 storms right here. Storms of any power. The one up near Lincoln is still stronger, it looks like, just because it's so much bigger. And in the middle, there's a little intensity. And then towards the tail, there's intensity back there with a lot of lightning. This one here is still pretty good, though. The one that's to the west of Junction City along 70. It's still got a little bit of intensity to it. It's just smaller. Unless it extends out here. Let me check this radar. Yeah, it kind of extends out a little bit. And it looks more intense on this radar than it does the other one, I think. But they both have, basically from Lincoln west and from Topeka west, that's where all the lightning's at. In those storms, in the more intense rain. All the rain that's blowing into Missouri and Iowa, by the time it's getting there, it's weakening. It appears to. It might be just an illusion. I don't know. But this storm over here that's in the Panhandle, it's just getting shredded. Yeah, I'm going to go to the national view really quick just to get a bird's eye view of everything. So there's a excuse me, there's a little bit more down there by Amarillo. actually blowing in from that Clovis area in Albuquerque. But again, it looks shredded. It's not tight. There's a couple storms up in the Dakotas. And then up in Canada, there's nothing in Florida. There's a little bit off the coast, but that's probably blowing away. And this is like the first night in 10 days that we haven't had a storm down in Texas and Louisiana. That whole Texas, East Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi. I think this is literally the first time in like at least 9 or 10 days they haven't got substantial rain. I'm surprised half the state of Louisiana isn't underwater right now. Havana's getting more rain than Texas right now. Maybe it's not going to be the kind of night that I predicted. I predicted that these storms were going to keep their strength as they went eastward. But now I'm starting to think that that's probably not the case. I think that storm that's up in Lincoln's going to stay together. Unless there's some freaky stuff I'm not seeing. And the one that's near, the one closest to Junction City, the one that's blowing east towards Topeka. And I'm going to run it back 21 frames just to see if there's a possibility those two storms could combine. And it might. The one near, the one down by Topeka, if it keeps going east and that one keeps, see the tail of the one up at Lincoln? Here, I think we're going to have to do what we did the other night. We're going to have to turn these storms into animals. So this storm up here, what kind of animal is that? This almost looks like a running tiger, only because this would be the head with its teeth. And there's its eyeball. And then like this is its neck right here. And this is the top of its body. And this is its tail. And you know how dogs and cats run, like their feet and their legs kind of like when they're going really fast. And then here's like a dog leg right here. And then a little bit like this. So maybe we could call this. Yeah, Grizz, I'm going to stream. I'm going to be streaming a lot tomorrow. My son's going over to his mother's house tomorrow, so I'll be streaming. You know what, Elise? If that head is like the skeleton, if that's like a skeleton of, then it's definitely a wolf. Here, let me try to do a little bit better job this time. So this is kind of like its jawbone right here, and then there's the opening of the mouth, and this is kind of like its nose, and then up to the top of the head. I think his eyeball would be somewhere about there, and then his mouth would be like right there. And then here's his neck. And then I guess this would be his body. And then maybe his tail right here. And then you'd have to like pretend that his legs are in motion, like he's running really fast. And his legs are in motion. He's not standing on them really. He's just running really fast. But I only see 3 legs, so maybe his other front leg is behind the one that we're looking at. Right there. I'm not sure what I'm seeing over here. I almost kind of thought that this was kind of like... Let me zoom into this one here. This one over here kind of looks like... Okay, you're going to have to work with me a little bit here. This is kind of like the legs. Oh, shoot. There we go. This is like legs. And this is like the face right here. And it kind of reminds me of like a wizard or something like that. Like this is a hood that they're wearing. And then it comes down and it's blowing in the wind. And its arm is inside. Sort of like what you see those religious monks wearing, those outfits. I don't know what they're called. Maybe like just like a robe or something. And it's kind of floating like a ghost would or something. Like it's floating across the room. And then these are like its arms inside of whatever whatever it's called that they wear. Or it could be Bob Marley, and these are his dreadlocks right here. These could be dreadlocks. And he's like up on stage playing a guitar. Like, here's the guitar. Here's the neck of the guitar. And there's the other end of the guitar and the strings. Oh my God. This is bad. How's your game going, buddy? Is it good? Yeah. Yeah. Is the headphone still working? Here, give it to me. I'll turn them off so you can get the sound through the TV. They're kind of annoying after a while.
Oh, yeah.
It makes my ears itch wearing those.
Blaine hat? Play Blaine hat. I got a medal.
I think this might be a seahorse right here. It's green too. And now I've officially lost every viewer for doing that. Oh, great, a weather channel. Oh, it's some dude drawing pictures in clouds. But that's what it comes down to when you only have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. Actually, Russell and Barden, Kansas, that severe thunderstorm got upgraded to a destructive storm. It's not a considerable damage threat. It's actually considered a destructive storm with 80-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. Let me zoom in on that right quick. Right here. I didn't see 80-mile-an-hour winds, but I'll double check. Hold on. And the other 2 counties in Kansas have been upgraded to destructive storms. So up here where it says Russell and Barden, they have a destructive storm warning for the next 15 minutes, but then it's going to be extended by an hour along with Lincoln and Ellsworth. Smith, Kansas, Jewell, Kansas are just under a severe thunderstorm warning along with Webster, Nebraska, but Russell, Barden, Lincoln, and Ellsworth are under a destructive storm warning. 80-mile-an-hour winds for an hour and a half, which is right here. And it's these. Here, I'll try to highlight it. It's really hard to make it out. it looks like these 4 counties right here, I think. There's Russell, Wilson. Oops, I messed up. I think these are the 4 counties here that are under that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And let me check the wind velocities for the heck of it here. Ooh, yeah. Look at these winds, guys. These are pretty strong. I'm going to go back to the regular radar and take it back like 20 frames and see what direction it's going in. It looks like it's heading directly east, which will take it into Topeka, Ostrich City, Junction City, Abilene, Manhattan. But what's a little... So I don't know if we have anybody watching in these areas, but if you're near Wilson, not so much Russell anymore, it's still come through there. Wilson, Ellsworth, Salina, and maybe Lincoln, if it continues to go directly east, you're going to be getting some winds. It's not quite up in the 80s where they're saying it was 80. Oh, it's close. There's 73 right there, 76, 87. Wow, they were right. 82, 91, 76. And then you have this little pocket right here trying to blow out. We can't tell if it's headed, north, west, or east, but the only thing we do know is that it's blowing away from the tower in Wichita. So more than likely, I would assume it's moving, and this is just a guess, it's heading north or northeast. But as soon as it tangles with this wind right here, here's a radar update. Okay. I'm assuming that these winds, since it's blowing towards the tower, is heading southeast right here. These stronger winds are just going to blow that up, or it's going to spin around it. And let me look at the radar. And that's what it kind of looks like, because it's this thicker part of the storm. And the stronger winds were like right here. That's what the 70, 80, and 90 mile an hour winds were. And then the blue right here was kind of like where those winds were blowing out. If I did that right, yeah. These blues are trying to go outbound, and then the black are those 60, 70, 80, 90 mile an hour winds right there blowing in. So right here, those winds are going to be fighting each other for room. At least that's what it looks like to me right now. So it'll be kind of interesting to see what actually happens with those two winds colliding. And they might not really be colliding. It could be that the red, all that indicates is that it's blowing away from the storm. So it could be blowing northeast for all we know. And it's just going to get sucked in by this green up here. And the green is just going to, maybe the two winds, like you got the wind going down and the wind going up, they could butt heads. Or maybe since those winds are so powerful going south, it's just going to kind of like roll around it. Sort of like how you run your hand through water when you create a little wave, you know what I mean? That probably makes no sense whatsoever, but I think that's what's happening there. Anywho, whatever the case might be, they're under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And never mind. It's just been downgraded to a damage threat of considerable. So I just said a lot of words for nothing. So Ellsworth, Lincoln, Russell, and Barton, Kansas is under a damage threat of considerable, winds 70 miles an hour plus, 3/4 inch hail for an hour and 9 minutes. And Smith, Webster, and Jewell have 39 more minutes. And that's just north of the one down there by Lincoln. That one has the stronger precipitation. I think that might be it might be a couple little dots of hail in there. I think the majority of that is rainfall. But I wouldn't count out some hail, especially down here in these lighter colors where we're seeing those 63s and 65s. Here comes a radar update. And it looks like the wind velocities are in the 40s. Up here in the teens, single digits, but then up here, these brighter colors, it's in the 50s. We might have a 60 mixed in there. They're still big storms, size-wise. They're still really big. I'm going to come right back to that radar in just a second, but I just want to see what happened to these. Yeah, this storm down here that blew into Oklahoma just got obliterated. Something just destroyed it. But these storms haven't. They're still going strong. Custer, Nebraska has an hour and 20 minutes left on their flash flood warning. Up there, right up there by Broken Bow. That's where we almost had those tornadoes earlier. Maybe we had one confirmed tornado, but if it was small. It only lasted probably like a minute or two at the most. So is there anywhere that I can just switch over to the Windy app if anybody wants to see weather or any information from anywhere else in the world, since we only have those two storms going on, I would be happy to check it out for you. Whoa, look at this. Look over here. Where is this? What am I looking at? Oh, this is so this is out here in the Pacific Ocean to the west of British Columbia and south of Alaska. Look at this. Isn't this interesting? Look at those swirling winds. There's two of them. Let's see what the speeds are on this. It looks like it's in the 30s. Yeah, 30s, 30, 20s. And then over here, we've got some 40, 45 mile an hour winds. And then down here, there's another one blowing in the other direction. These two things, I don't know if they're storms, but these two weather things are spinning counterclockwise. And then this, that's right between the two, is spinning clockwise. And then you get the bigger up here. So this storm is spinning counterclockwise, and part of it breaks off, goes west, goes south, and is creating this. What do you call that? Is that a vortex? Is that what it's called when air spins around like that? And look down here. I love this app. This thing has so many cool things. But you see here where the water, along the water, the wind blowing into the Gulf right here. And you can see the effect that land has on it. Because if that land wasn't there, it would just keep blowing straight. But as soon as it hits the land, it either goes north, or I'm assuming these are probably mountains up here. It's going up here and really getting messed up. And then down here by Guatemala, you don't really see any kind of uniform winds. You got some going to the north, some going to the, it's kind of like aimless little ants running around. But this is like, we're probably going to start taking a look at a lot more of these when hurricane season starts. We're probably going to be learning a lot more about this right here. I wonder if those colors indicate wind speed, or, yeah, it must be wind speed. I was going to say maybe it has something to do with the temperature of the water. But I think that's wind speed. Let's see if it gives us an option for water temperature. Let's see. Here's one for swells. Well, that's kind of neat. Let's see what swell 3 looks like different. Okay, that's that. Okay, wind waves. Yeah, I bet you whoever designed this app originally had the water in mind. Like boating reports, hurricanes, stuff like that. Here's sea temperature. Let's zoom out a little bit. Check this. So I guess the green is cooler. I wonder if that 50 really is 50 degrees, or if that just means 50 in the middle. Let's see. Because we have 100, it's like 0 to 100. So I'm wondering if, when you see green, if that literally means in the 50 degree range, the water temperature. And then as you get down here to like the mid-Atlantic, it looks like it's in the 70s. And then down here near Florida and in the Gulf, that can't be right. It couldn't be 85 degrees, could it? The water can't be 85 degrees. Does ocean water get that warm? I'm starting to think this is just a scale, that it's not actually the temperature of the water right there. I think maybe it's just a scale, like a point of reference showing what it is. But look up here. So I can't zoom out any farther. That's as far as it takes me. Look down here, man. That's brutal. That's so cold down there. That's really cold. Holy cow. That's pretty cool to look at, though. I want to go back and look at some of these other ones. If anybody needs me to jump back on Radar or Mega or whatever to look at the storms, just let me know. I'll jump right back on it. These are just really cool. So this one's a solar power overlay. Wet bulb temperature. Does that mean humidity, maybe? Bulb temperature. Interesting. Freezing altitude. Look at those rotating things now with this color. There's those two things that are going counterclockwise over here. And then we have one that's clockwise right here. And then these winds, look at those winds right there. That must be a really windy area where you got those winds going in opposite directions where they're meeting right there. I bet that's really windy. I bet you the waves are really crazy out there too. I don't know what the white represents here. Do you think we're at? Yeah, Grizz, I don't think you have anything else but rain. Let me pull it up real quick. I think you're done, buddy. You might, that one little thing up there, I think it's going to blow north of Omaha, but I don't see anything tonight. Let me look towards the west, see if anything's blowing in. No, it's all to the south of you. I think you're just getting sprinkles right now, right? Yeah, I think you just got sprinkles left, but you have nothing to worry about. You are good, good, good. I think everybody's good. There might still be thunder and lightning down there in Kansas, but and the one part of the storm that got obliterated down there in Oklahoma. They still might have a little bit of thunder and lightning, but this map thing is like hypnotizing. It's so relaxing. Here, let me put it on a cool screen. I'll be right back. I just need to let the dog out for a minute. Is this precipitation or? Oh, this is satellite. Okay. Blow it back up. Let me see down here. That's pretty cool. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going to let the puppy out. All right. Thanks for hanging in there. I just had to take the puppy out. Hey, what's up, Sonia? Just jumped in chat. You can really see those. Here, let me pause it. You can really see the two distinctive storms that were crossing and how that third one towards the bottom started falling apart. That one in central Kansas is still going pretty good. And the one that's hanging there, it looks like it's crossed the border. Let me see if it's gone on the radar Omega. Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely crossed over into Iowa and Missouri up north. And it looks like the one that's in central Kansas. Let me run it back a few frames here. Actually, that's kind of dipping to the south now. Yeah, they just issued all new severe thunder watches in these counties over here, east of Salina. I think it's still going to go more east, probably towards Oshet City, Ottawa, and probably the heavier stuff will just be south of Topeka, or maybe it would just either nick it or go through it a little bit. Let me switch to this Topeka site real quick and get a better look at it. And then let's run the time lapse on it. Then switch back over to Wendy real quick. It still looks like those two could mingle. Let me go back to Radar Omega and see how close they look there once the time lapse is stopped. They're getting a little closer. Like the tail part of it right there might swing down and join this one. Because it looks like it's breaking off from... Let me zoom in really close. It's almost breaking off from the main body of the storm up north, and this piece right here may completely break off from this storm and kind of make its way right here. I don't think it's going to be that dramatic though. I think it's going to be more like maybe something like that, if that's where it goes. And if this storm keeps blowing directly east. This might break off right there. Let's see what the radar says here. It updates. It did look like it almost broke off there, though. Right there. I think it's going to break off. But if it does break off, that could actually make it more powerful because it's not, none of the energy is being sucked away from it over here. And that kind of makes sense because see how much more intense the rain is than it is over here in the main storm? If it can break off, there's nothing to drain the power from it into the other storm. So that could grow in power if it breaks off. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It looks like Jewel, Kansas got issued a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 12 minutes. And then Ellsworth, Lincoln, Kansas is still considered a considerable damage threat, along with McPherson, Salina, and Rice. And then they just extended Ellsworth into that one. Let's go. I think that's one right here in the middle. Yeah. Nothing's too bad about it. There's a little bit of heavier rain north of Salina and just a little bit to the southeast of Ellsworth. And then, of course, we got the tail end still back by Russell. And it looks like, let me run time lapse real quick. Let's see if the one near Ellsworth is going to run right along 70. It appears that way. It looks like it's going to just run right across 70. No, I don't think there's anything to worry about. I'll go over there and look at it really quick. Let's see. You said it was Buffalo, just north of Springfield, Missouri. Let's go take a look at it. Do. So Buffalo is right there on, it looks like it's between Lewisburg and Pleasant Hope, right on. Buffalo looks like it's right on 85. And let's switch to the radar down here in Springfield. Wait a minute, I just lost Buffalo. Where's 65 at again? So here's 65. And let's run time lapse in that little chunk right there. Here's Buffalo. This little part, let me stop it. This little part right here, which is just moderate rain. There's not even really any lightning in it. I see like two little lightning strikes. But let's zoom out and see where those storms from Kansas are going to. Let me, where's my point of reference for Buffalo? Sorry, I just lost my point of reference there. Gosh darn it. So here's Buffalo right over to the right in the middle. It's going to disappear when I zoom out, but I'll keep my cursor there. So we'll just use Lebanon as a landmark because it's just to the west. Lebanon. Just popped out. There we go. And we'll switch to the tower up here at Junction City. And Lebanon is there. It looks like the storm that's up in central Kansas. I'll run time lapse real quick just to see. Nope, it looks like it's going to blow north. Here's the storm right here. That's in Salina right now. And it looks like it's just going east. So if it keeps that track, it'll just go right through Columbia, Jefferson City. And then there's there's still a little bit down here, but that's the storm that I said is blowing up. That's only that's light rain. There's more lightning there, but it's light rain. It's like a daytime rain shower. You know what I mean? It's not anything crazy. And again, here's Buffalo over here by Lebanon. And if this keeps going the way it's going, it's probably going to run right through the state line of Kansas and Oklahoma, and probably blow into Springfield if it doesn't go south. Because nothing's going northwest. Everything's either going east or southeast. Let's just check it to make sure. It could go up a little bit. Maybe it's probably going to go through Pittsburgh, Joplin, Springfield, and continue on along 60. And even if it did go through Buffalo, if this storm right here goes through Buffalo, that's down here, it's just going to be light to immediate rain. And as the storm, even the storm in the center, I think the farther that it goes, I think it's just going to get weaker over time. And it's, here, let me look at the radar. It's only like 20% of the size it was a couple hours ago. And you don't have the stuff up here, up top near Lincoln, that's going to blow. Looks like it's just going to keep blowing east. But even if it didn't, worst case scenario, you guys might get moderate rain. So I think the babies are going to be able to fall asleep. If they're not asleep already, they're going to stay asleep. I don't think there's enough storm to wake anybody up. So you should be good to go, Chris. If it starts looking like it's going to go through there, and just expect rain. Maybe some lightning. But if they're babies, they're just going to sleep right through it. It's not that much lightning. There's definitely no tornado activity or anything like that. There are only severe thunderstorm warnings, and they're not that heavy. So there is no anxiety to have tonight. Tonight should be very relaxing. Just throw on some cocoa melon and let them fall asleep. Here, I'm going to go to the national radar just to see, and then I'm going to pull up tomorrow's forecast. Here's the national radar right now. Let's blow out here. I don't know where this is going to go down here. The storm that kind of just got blown up. It's not even in a thunderstorm warning right now. There's no warning or a watch. So I think that storm is just going to produce some rain for the rest of the night. And that might be the part that they're predicting that blows into the Tennessee Valley. Like really late, like talking like 3, 4 in the morning. And it doesn't look like anything's developing out west. There's a little bit out there in Colorado Springs, but that's just moderate rain. So today's forecast was very accurate. let's see what tomorrow's forecast is. And this was today's forecast right here. And they nailed it. Whoever made that weather model, they should probably get a pay raise because they just nailed it perfectly. And then here's tomorrow's forecast coming up right here. And it looks like a lot of the same. It looks like it's going to be... It looks like the stronger stuff is going to be in southwestern Kansas to middle of Kansas. And then there's probably going to be... The storms will probably start out here in Colorado and a little bit in Wyoming down into New Mexico and cut across that panhandle, the Texas panhandle, the Oklahoma panhandle right there, and have some storms in northern Oklahoma, central and southwest Kansas, and possibly through central and southeast Kansas and portions of Missouri and northern Arkansas. And then everywhere else in that lighter color could have some rain more than likely. So I think tomorrow is going to be a little bit of the same, but I don't think it's going to be nearly as severe as it was up in central Nebraska earlier. So that's our forecast for Saturday. Let's see what Sunday looks like. And Sunday's not a whole lot different. It looks like the stronger part that they're predicting is going to be right in the center of Colorado. You can see that right there, like that little L, down into New Mexico, and then just south of that Oklahoma panhandle into the Amarillo, Lubbock area, and probably some rain in Kansas somewhere. We won't know until we get later into Saturday. And turn that off. And let's zoom out or zoom in a little bit, see where the winds are blowing. And it looks like everything's consistently going east, southeast. The rain over, what is that highway? Is that Interstate 70 right there? Yeah, that's Interstate 70 by Salina. And just to the south of Junction City is where the majority of the storm, what we used to call the middle storm. Olathe, Kansas. Hold on one second. Let me pull it up here on the map, the other map real quick. Actually, it's right here. It looks like if you're right there in the city, there's a chance that the storm that's over Salina right now looks like it's trending that way. Right down here. If it keeps doing that, it could go a little bit farther south. But again, that's just moderate. I don't see any purple in there at all. Like there's no hail or like excessive rainfall right now. You might get a little bit of thunder and lightning, and it's not like the kind of rain that would even wake you up. You would just sleep right through it. And this part right here, I was thinking that this little piece right here, I thought that tail might break off from that storm, and it still might. But see how the storm right here is really deteriorating by Topeka? I'm kind of thinking that's what the storm near Salina is going to do too once it starts getting out there. I don't think there's anything out there to feed it to make it any stronger than it is now. On a scale of like 1 to 5, it's like a 4 or 5 in rainfall. And we can actually go back to the local radar and look at its wind speed of the actual storm itself. And keep in mind that all of this has lightning in it right here. But it's not like a destructive storm or anything like that. Oh, I forgot to look at wind speed. Oh, the one down here in Salina, they're getting some pretty good wind gusts. Some of it's in like the 50s or 60s. There's like a 75 in there. Right along 70 right now. But again, I don't think if you're in that part of Kansas, right near the line of Missouri, I think it's either just going to barely clip you or just go to the south. So if you're a heavy sleeper and you go to bed, if you're going to go to bed in the next hour, you probably won't even notice it. It's not going to, I don't think it's like the kind of storm that's going to wake you up or anything like that. If anything, it'll probably be very relaxing, to be honest with you. But no, there's no tornadoes or craziness like that. There's no circulating winds or anything. All the winds are blowing in the same direction like they should. All the reds here are blowing away from the radar tower, and all the greens are blowing towards it. And as it gets out toward Ottawa, it'll just keep on blowing east into Missouri. And tomorrow looks like a lot of the same. So I think every area that we've pulled up is good to go. Buffalo looks like it's going to be relaxing. And then that town that I can't pronounce in Kansas that you said. Let's see if there's another town there. Kansas City, Overland Park, Gardner, and the O-Town. You guys look perfectly fine. If you like thunderstorms, though, crack your window and listen to it, because you should definitely get some lightning if it keeps up. And if anybody has any other areas you want me to check on for you, just let me know. We actually have another app that we're running too. If you're overseas or in Canada or Mexico or Hawaii, Antarctica, Alaska, the North Pole, just let me know. If you're an elf working for Santa Claus, we can go up to the North Pole and look up there if you need to. But it was a little hairy there earlier. When I first started streaming around 5:30ish, 6 o'clock Central Time, it was kind of hairy up there in Nebraska. But it never turned into anything. Just one possible tornado sighting out in the middle of nowhere. And I'm not even sure if that was confirmed or not. I think maybe there might have been a picture on the internet of a funnel cloud for a second. We'll go back to regular radar. And here's the other map. I think this map makes it look worse because of all the cloud cover on there, but the actual storms aren't that intense. like that blue stuff right there and that light green stuff. There's nothing really in the blue stuff. It's just clouds. And then this kind of yellowish green stuff is just like really, really light rain, if it's even rain in there. And then you start getting into the reds. That's where the rain is. Did it actually get confirmed up there, Grizzly? Did somebody confirm, like visually confirm it? I never saw a picture on Twitter. I'm going to switch over to Twitter real quick and see if I can find a picture of it. Oh, is this it right here? Arnold, Nebraska? Is that what they're calling a tornado? If it is, it's like wrapped up in that rain. I can't see it. What's this right here? That was from 2007. I was like, wait a minute. We didn't have any storms in Texas today. Who is this? NASA astronaut William Anderson, who took the famous Earthrise photo during Apollo 8, has died from a plane crash accident. What? My God, how old is he? If he took the Apollo 8 photo, he's got to be like 90 years old. What in the hell is that? Hold on. Wait a minute, I missed it. Did it just come from the sky and just come straight down? Was he doing like aerobatics or something? Wow, that's sad, but sorry to hear that. The hottest place in North America cracked the 120 degree mark for the first time this year, Thursday, reaching 122 degrees. Where is that? Is that like Arizona or Nevada or something? There's 119 degrees in that picture. Oh, it was wrapped up in that rain. So the storm chasers actually confirmed it. That's pretty good. It must have been up there where we were watching those storm chasers earlier. Wait a minute. This might be it right here, Grizzly. Check this out. That's a huge supercell right there. If that's the tornado, it was really wrapped up tight. Look in there. That sucker stayed together for a long time, too. We tracked that storm, or followed it for at least 3 hours. And it's still, part of it's still going. It just doesn't look like that anymore. This post from Fox News, that was 8 hours ago. We've already seen all that. There's another picture of Joaquin. We were watching that storm too. We watched them all. There was only really 3 of them. I mean, you could count that one up in Nebraska. You might be able to count that one twice. That's really cool. Oh, here we go. This is that from today? Or that was yesterday? That almost looks photoshopped right there and edited the colors. I don't think those are the original colors. And the top one. I wish people wouldn't edit or do anything to these pictures. I wish they would just leave them. That almost doesn't look real. That center part right there that's all lit up. Whoa, there's a, where's that? On June 6th, a tornado occurred in something Inner Mongolia. This is the first tornado in Inner Mongolia this year. It's one of those witch Halloween tornadoes. Well, I think that is about it. Let me slide that back over. I'm going to take one last look here, and then I may call it a night. I'll leave the radar up and going, though. But everybody who asked questions about those towns or cities, whether you're near Kansas City or out in, I think it was central, out in that town of Buffalo, out in Missouri, I think everybody's going to be just fine. Worst case scenario is just going to be you may get a strong thunderstorm, but let me just double check these. Nothing crazy. None of these like severe thunderstorm warnings have like ridiculous winds. There's one in Dixon, Kansas right now that has the possibility of hitting a 70-mile-an-hour wind. But again, that's like worst case scenario. That's like the top it would hit. That would be like one of those big wind gusts that throws around stuff in your yard. Like if you have a trampoline or something like that, it might tip it over. But it's not like sustained winds. It's just like when you see the rain coming down your street really fast and you just see it go through. That's all we're talking about with those. And if you're over that far into Missouri, if you laid down now to go to sleep, you would sleep right through it. That's crazy. Did you guys? So you guys probably heard about that earlier. What time did that happen, Sonya? Was that like in the? Was that midday or evening when that happened? And was he trying to do like some crazy maneuvering or something? Because it looked like when he was coming down, I don't know if he was out of control, but it looked like when the plane was coming down, it almost looked like he had lost control up high. Like maybe he was in a dead spin or something like that and then was recovering. And then he flipped over on his back and then tried to pull up. Oh, yeah. We knew what you meant. It's really sad, though. I mean, if that guy was on Apollo 8, you figure that was back in, what, the late 60s, early 70s? He had to have been at least in his 30s then. That was 50 years ago. So he was probably in his 80s by now. Because most of those astronauts, there's not a whole lot of them still living from those early Apollo missions. least I don't think so. And like I said, I'll keep the I'm going to keep the radar up here for everybody. I don't think I could be any more assistance to anybody here tonight. I'll put the I'll set it for 30 frames and go ahead and let it run. That way everybody can keep track of the clouds and you'll be able to tell your general. There isn't too much up in Fargo and Grand Forks. There's a little bit of rain up there, and to the northwest of Sioux Falls, and a little bit out in Utah, Colorado, Wyoming, but it's just very light rain. The most intense rain, and not that it's super intense, is over Kansas right now, blowing into Missouri, and just that bottom southeast corner of Nebraska. That's all that's left. That part down here in Oklahoma, that storm pretty much just self-destructed. And these two might combine when it starts blowing over Kansas City. These two storms, they'll probably just smash into each other and obliterate each other and turn into another single storm, and that's fine. There's no high winds, or just a couple of those places that had gusts in them. Yeah, Grizzly, you're way done, buddy. You were done an hour ago. If anything, you're going to get like some sprinkles or something like that and some humidity. As long as you're not allergic to some humidity, you are good to go. Yeah, I'll definitely be live tomorrow there, Sonia. I'm probably going to be on a lot earlier than I was today. I had posted an update around 2 o'clock today, but I haven't got the whole posting video thing down yet. Because I had made a second video around 4 to do a weather update, and for some reason it never appeared on YouTube. It said that it uploaded and everything, but it still hasn't even shown up. So I'm going to do a little bit of running around in the morning. If I see anything crazy on radar in the morning, I'll jump on right away and post a video to let people know where it's at. We already looked over the forecast for Saturday and Sunday, so we pretty much know what areas to expect. And then after I finish my running around in the morning, I'll jump on because I want to test that Windy app out a little bit more for the actual, storm monitoring I don't chase storms. I'm just kind of monitor them, but I'm trying to get myself more used to the Windy app. So I'm going to do a little bit of research on that, but I can watch those videos over here while I'm streaming. And I don't know what time I'm going to get on, but it'll be much earlier than it was today. I'm going to try to knock out a lot tomorrow. I'm setting a couple goals that I'm going to try to hit tomorrow. And that's pretty much it. But anyhow, big shout out to our Miss Elise for being such a huge help again today, being our monitor and pointing out stuff. And everybody who dropped a like on the video and all the new subscribers today. I think we gained probably, 6 or 7 maybe new subscribers today. So big round of applause for Elise and all of our new subscribers. Let's see what else is on here. And again, if anything, I have a notification set up on my phone. So if anything crazy happens with the remainder of these little storms, I will definitely jump on and shoot out a warning. So if you are subscribed, make sure you're signed up for, I don't see it on my screen. I don't think I will see it on my screen, but there's that little icon thingy that you can click to be signed up for. You'll get a little notification saying that the channel's gone live. And the way I do that is if I'm already live, like say I've been streaming for 8 hours, I'm in bed and the map is just going, and I get up and I want to get everybody's attention, I'll stop the stream and then just restart it. It literally takes me like not even a minute. I'll stop the stream and restart a new stream, and then that way everybody gets notified on their phone or whatever you watch YouTube on. You'll get a little notification on there, and you'll know that something's going on. But I may have to reset the stream tomorrow because I think we're going to have a storm come through here in a little while. And I live like in a nowhere town with like old trees, big tall trees, and all of our power lines are on really old. So we lose, if the wind gets up there, we lose our power. So if we do lose my internet in the middle of the night, I'll just restart the stream in the morning. But keep my fingers crossed that everything goes good tonight and we don't end up losing power. But the stream's going to be up. The map's going to be up. It's going to be running. And I hope everybody has a really great night. Thank you again, Elise, for helping out, monitoring the chat, and helping me out. I appreciate it. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Everybody have a great night. Take care and stay dry. See ya.